That's different than it was before. Okay, this now it's familiar.
Okay. You all set?
I think
awesome.
so. Just hang on. Just wait.
Oh, sure. I'll chill. Okay.
Is Spike coming here?
I haven't seen him yet this morning. He is here.
He was interested in speaking, but I was worried this today. Okay.
What was up there was as good as it gets as far as focus. Because it wasn't very. I'm farsighted. And I couldn't.
You're welcome to look at that to see if there's any settings.
Put it on me.
Well, I mean, I can't. I don't have time to try to focus that. Okay, so now we want the players live right now. Now I need to show something. I'm having a total brain fart.
Okay, what are you trying to do at this point?
Right now, there's just this. I want there to be our broadcast.
Hit play.
Oh.
Okay, let's see here. May I?
Yeah. That might not be properly sharing my screen.
It might be start video. No,
So
that's yours.
Go to start video, and then because I'm broadcasting, go to start video. Maybe try Facebook now.
Oh, it's viewing in on us.
Okay, so it's working. So let's.
So we need to change which camera
Yep.
it is.
All right, we are good. Thank you.
Yes.
Step out and get you guys set up next door.
All right.
Go to the bathroom real quick now. I can mix that.
Right, but it's not sharing. Okay, I wanted to share your screen. Okay, come. I need this to share your screen, and it's not sharing your screen. Hey, Connor, I'm going to need your help for a few minutes, please. I'm sorry. I'm disoriented and confused. I can't figure out how to get this to work. We just needed to. Okay. I just need to share John's screen. John, please share your screen. I want the agenda up there.
Okay, you are screen sharing. Okay, John Elgis has started screen sharing. Okay, what I would suggest is you set everyone who is on the stage and needs to display something on there as a co-host. So that they can share, so they already?
They should be.
Okay, so. Okay,
so we're good.
So you need to set him to be the speaker right now.
But it's up there, so we're good, right?
Right. Okay, if it's up there, then just put it in full screen, then it should be fine.
Okay, it is. It's on full screen.
Okay.
I think we're good now.
Excellent.
Okay, I hope.
Great.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready?
Are we? Okay. Do you want anything else from me? Okay.
All right. Can anyone confirm that we are streaming on Facebook?
You guys got Facebook?
So this meeting, like I said, this being recorded, so watch your language. All right, quickly some opening remarks. Sorry about the registration line is a little bit long, but everyone, I emailed everyone a packet a couple days ago. We also have physical copies for $10. The Wi-Fi password is guest access. If you want to use the Wi-Fi, one word, lowercase, guest access. I have to remind everyone that there are no outside food or drinks allowed in the facility. You have to buy everything from the casino. And Andrew is busy, so Andrew's our convention chair. When he's done with that, I'll recognize him. But he can speak a little bit about today's events. But at this point, I will need a credentials report. Jeff Patel, is he ready for a credentials report?
Mr. Patel confirms we have 74 delegates credentialed thus far, plus 2 alternates.
70 delegates, you said at this point? 74. Excellent. All right. The next item of business is approval of the agenda. Mr. Elgus? Mr. Elgus, can you please display today's agenda? Oh, excellent. All right. It's going to take a few minutes to get going. All right. The agenda is up there. Is there any discussion of today's agenda? All right, hearing none. All in favor of approving today's agenda, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, today's agenda is approved. Next are the convention rules. These were also distributed a couple days ago. These rules are all based on rules that were approved at our last couple of conventions, but some minor tweaks based on today's business. Is there any discussion of today's proposed convention rules? All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving today's convention rules, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, our rules are approved. Next item of business is the approval of our previous convention minutes. This was our state nominating convention last July at Treetops. The minutes are in your packet, and the nice thing was this was recorded, so we could reference that and make very accurate minutes. Is there any discussion of the minutes from last year's convention? I don't think we need to discuss. Seeing no discussion of the 2020 convention minutes, I will move to a vote. All in favor of approval of the previous convention minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes. All right, next are officer reports. So would all the officers in the party be prepared to speak? I will briefly give my remarks and they are in the convention. All right, so once again, I'm your chair, I'm Greg Stempfle. The last time we met was July 2020 for our state nominating convention, so I just want to give you some party highlights since that time. Right after the convention, we did file the paperwork. 56 candidates' names appeared on the ballot. We actually had 4 candidates win this year, but I don't want to spoil our political director's report, so Jane Lewis can talk more about our elected libertarians this year. Something else that happened after we filed our candidates is the proof ballots that went out to everyone showed the Libertarian Party 5th on the ballot. And we were entitled to the 3rd spot based on the Secretary of State results. So once we realized that, we contacted our legal counsel, and with the help of Bill Hall, we were able to convince the Bureau of Elections to put the Libertarian Party in its proper 3rd spot without any litigation before the ballots went to the print. So thank you, Bill Hall, for helping us start that. One other thing we did right after the last convention, we received affiliate of the Upper Peninsula. Upper Peninsula is now the newest affiliate of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, and Ryan Roberts is here. I want to recognize him as chair of that affiliate. Congratulations. So after the election, Joe Jorgensen was our second best result. I actually have some leftover George Jorgensen supplies. If anyone would like some t-shirts or signs and bumper stickers, they are all yours. Interesting thing happened after January 6th, after the riot at the Capitol. We had a significant increase in membership. Look at our membership report is actually falling at that month. I got a lot of, yeah. I had a lot of phone calls. A lot of people, reached out to me and said, "I'm so sick of the two-party system. I want to get involved." But then a few people reached out to me and wanted our help overturning the election. So, coming to a libertarian because we're sad about the election results is kind of common. But yeah, we all face a lot of challenges with the lockdown orders over the last year. It's hard for candidates, but now that they're over, we're mostly back to normal. This is actually our second convention. We tried planning this year. We did one earlier, and we've just been in perpetual convention planning, it seems, since the lockdown orders. But our team pulled it off. This is the first multi-day state convention we've had in a long, long time. So I want to recognize our convention committee, mostly Andrew Chatterton, Dan Ziamba, and Connor Nepomuceno for putting on this fantastic event. So I want to talk about some things we did well as a state party last year. I want to acknowledge how well our membership committee is going. Jeff Patel is also a credentials chair to over membership. Things are more organized than they've ever been. We now have membership cards in the party. And it's not like, I was going to show you my membership card, but I will show it to you today. You all have them too. So I really want to thank our membership team. I also want to thank our social media team from Connors and share that. We basically tripled our Facebook footprint since he took over. So that's been a really good area of growth. I also want to thank Scotty Bowman, our newsletter editor, who has been regularly publishing that. But I want to talk about a couple of things we didn't do that well. As state chair, I, of course, take full responsibility. We didn't do a lot to do media outreach. We didn't issue any press releases, so I think one of the next things the next LEC needs to do is really rebuild our relationship with traditional media. We did really well with social media, but not as well with traditional. And then we need to re-engage the public. With so much COVID lockdown last year, we really didn't have many outreach efforts. Parades were canceled, fairs were canceled. So now that things are lifted, we really need to get back out there and show the public what we're doing. And then I just want to close with issues regarding the New Hampshire dispute with the Libertarian National Committee. I don't want to talk about what happened, but I want to talk about moving forward. I have two recommendations to this body, to the next LEC. One is to get a better understanding of the security and ownership of our membership data and our assets. And then the second thing I recommend the state party develop a social media policy with safeguards so that nobody can abuse the platform. We don't run into problems that other state has had. So last thing is I want to thank the officers I served with for the last 2 years. And I want to thank the state party membership for entrusting me with the leadership of this organization for the last 2 years. It's been an honor to serve this body. All right, next, I'm going to recognize our first vice chair and affiliates director, Mr. Ben Moore.
This is absolutely amazing. There are so many places in there. All of them are very good people, but this is great. I'm so excited to see a room of excited activists ready to do this with us and move forward. I'm the affiliates director. Over the last 2 years, we've had a lot of interesting challenges. We dealt with COVID and also created affiliates during that. So we still have 3 unaffiliated areas. We have delegates from those areas today as well. And all we're trying to do is make sure we have a good core and we can move forward. So, I have to speak again later. I'm not long-winded or think that much of myself to, keep talking too long. I'm very excited for the future, regardless of how this goes today. We're gonna have a great time, and I'll be a part of this, and I'm here to serve. You know, if I'm the vice chair or whatever later, that'll be great, and I'll still be here. I want to thank Greg Stempfle. As soon as I got involved in this party, the first thing I did was become a precinct delegate when we were a major party. And Greg was running for Secretary of State, but was still available for a phone call to help me somehow do the paperwork to become a precinct delegate that day. So that was very amazing. And, you know, Greg has been a great mentor and really helped out a lot. And we're gonna miss you. It's unfortunate you're leaving. We'll try and hold down the fort for you and keep everything good. So we still have 3 areas. I literally have 3 delegates, I think, from 2 of those areas. And we're trying to move forward. We got Bay City here, and we also have Mount Pleasant. So it's been very interesting trying to do this. As far as moving forward, if you guys have friends, I see a lot of new people here. Try and bring someone with you. So, you know, get them to drink the Kool-Aid. We'll be here. Thank you, guys.
All right, Mr. Jamie Lewis, are you in the room? All right, I'm going to recognize Jamie Lewis, our second vice chair and political director.
Seem to be shorter than everybody else. Jamie Lewis, political director of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I wanted to, everybody got my report in the, either digitally or coming in, but I wanted to kind of emphasize a few points that were in it. As I like to always mention, that the purpose of this organization is to further the principles of individual liberty by nominating and electing libertarians to office. This year we did have some successes. In Antrim County, Donna Grundle-Krieg was elected to the Mansalona Township Board of Trustees. And in Muskegon County, Richard Rixey was elected to the Fruitport Township Parks Commission. That's a partisan race, and that's something that I would like to emphasize going forward, is that there are a lot of partisan offices at the township level that libertarians could just win just by getting their name on the ballot. And I think that's something that people should emphasize going forward, that you actually get in a position where you get to make decisions, and it's all you have to do pretty much is just put your name on the ballot. Because in the case of Fruitport Township, it was a 5-member board. There was 1 Republican running and 1 Democrat running. And so he put his name on as a libertarian. Another person won as a write-in. And then what they normally do is they don't nominate enough people for these offices, and then once the term starts, they just nominate people to take the positions, and they just appoint them. So I would encourage people to look for the offices that are in your townships and run for these smaller positions. And when you go out for another position, you can say that you were office holders from the Libertarian Party. Also in Detroit, Scotty Bowman and Greg Creswell were elected to the nonpartisan 4th District Detroit Community Advisory Council. Greg got on the committee as a write-in vote. We also had Wayne County Prosecuting Attorney candidate Daniel Zimba received the most ever votes for a Libertarian candidate. What was that? Yeah. Countywide race received 127,109 votes, which was more than I think anybody else on the ballot for the Libertarian Party, and that was just in this county. And as Greg said, Joe Jurgensen, she received the 2nd most votes ever for a Libertarian presidential candidate. It was not enough to make us a primary party going forward, so we'll still be a party that nominates by convention. But it was a very good showing, especially with the huge drop in media attention that she got from Gary Johnson, and still be able to be our 2nd best candidate. We had several people run for the House and for the state Senate. and the educational board candidates that are listed in our the report that I had. So as I said, main thing is look for opportunities for in the future. There's 2 more opportunities coming up this year. We have 2 special elections for the state senate. The Libertarian Party of West Michigan nominated our vice chair, Alex Avery, to be the 28th district state senate candidate. The candidate that was serving as that, he took a position, another position, so that became a vacancy. And there's also a vacancy in Macomb County. So if you are interested in, if you live in Macomb County and you're interested in running for the state senate, please reach out to either the Macomb County affiliate or to whoever our new political director will be. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Jamie. I wanted to take a moment to specifically recognize Donna Creed's achievement. When Donna was elected to the Mansfield Township Board of Trustees, she became only the 2nd Libertarian in the history of Michigan to be elected as a partisan race, and not by getting into a race where there was no other opponents. She actually beat a major party opponent to get elected. That's only happened twice in the state party history. That is very, that's an amazing achievement. So Donna's not here, but we're recording this. So to Donna, congratulations on your victory. Secretary, would you like to say anything?
All right, can everybody hear me? I like the madam. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve as your secretary these past 10 months. I was kind of drafted into it at the last convention. It's been a pleasure working with all of you on the LEC. But I was thinking about it last night, and 10 years ago was my first Michigan Libertarian Party of Michigan convention. It was in Midland, and I was elected secretary. So 10 years later, it seems fitting that I go out as secretary. I will not seek and I will not accept any nomination this year for secretary or anything. Some of you are aware of my personal family troubles right now, and I just cannot do it. So the best thing I can do for myself and my family is just say no. But I'll be around, and I'm not leaving forever or completely, but I just can't do it. But it's been great working with all of you, and I wish the next LEC the best of luck. And the new secretary, I will help if needed. So thanks.
All right, are any other officers ready to give their reports at this time? Many of them are actually on the credentials committee at this moment, so. All right, we'll be at ease for 5 minutes until the officers that are in the hallway come back up Yeah, so right now, Connor and Lauren and Jim. Yeah, so I'll have to come in and check them. We're actually doing fairly well. Those first items, we didn't actually, when we come back, we didn't actually. But there's been no like. Maybe I'll do that. Yes, I'll redo credentials. Hey, Norm. Yes, actually, we have one right here.
Anything to be helped with? Or
No, we're actually, things seem to be working well. We're on schedule,
you're
actually.
still good on Facebook or Zoom as far as I can tell?
If Spike gets here before 10, I was gonna let him speak for a few minutes. I initially was reluctant to, just because things could get derailed, but we're doing fairly well.
He's probably gonna be able to stay to a time schedule too. He's telling me you've got 5, you've got 10, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll stick with that.
I could tell him to speak for 30 seconds, and he'd probably do a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's not one you gotta worry about, I think. The mark of a true good speaker, they don't go on and on.
Yes, efficient use of words. I do not recognize, oh, that's right, I need to do a thing. Is this your first convention stand-up thing? I'll do it. Because there are a lot of new people here. A lot of new people. In fact, I recognize less than half the people.
Again, this whole redacted box thing's bringing in.
That's basically the Google type of.
Yeah, basically. Brought in, I mean, judging by the shooting event of all those people who are signing up, half of those people are signing up. That's like small plus load. I was amazed how many people showed up there.
That's that was an house. Even with the rain, that's a great opportunity to shoot guns with them.
$1,000 in the front pocket.
I won't
I'm
tell
afraid it's going to pop out and fall on the floor, so we're just going to put it all on green.
Jack
$0. Oh.
Yeah, you gamble it all away.
But hey,
Are you ready
just
to
in
double our
cash,
profits?
just in cash, we've got almost double what we paid for the event. So guaranteed, got a $400 profit. Right here. See Jeff.
Actually, is James Weeks here? Have you seen him? 'Cause he's got to take the floor at me.
Webmaster, or
Yes.
was he the one with the sleeveless shirt, or no? Maybe not. I don't know.
All right, we, you can take your seats, we will reconvene in just a moment. And would Jeff Patel and Connor be on standby for their officer reports?
I'm Norm Peterson, the treasurer. And you should all have a copy of the treasurer's report in your packet. You can see it was a very good year financially for the party. As you can see, better. It was a very good year for the party financially. We have a lot of new memberships, a lot of new lifetime members. And we've done well in our conventions. So you see the current balances at the bottom of the first sheet. We've got a general account that that's almost $20,000 in it, but that will pay for this convention. So that will go down dramatically. But we also have a federal campaign account that we've been able to build back up. It was down to almost $5,000 at one point. And then we have a state campaign fund of $12,000. So we have money to spend. We actually need to get better at spending money.
Right.
We did not spend very much on campaign support last time. Any questions? You guys are easy.
Connor, would you like to give your social media report?
Hello, LPM members. As your social media committee chair, it is my humble belief we've had a very successful 2 years. Our Facebook page has had very steady growth. At the start of the term, we had 5.7 thousand page likes, and presently we have 13.8 thousand. Post reach has averaged over 21.7 thousand per post over this time. And we have frequently exceeded over 400,000 people reached per month, with a notable post reaching in excess of 2 million people, several breaking into the hundreds of thousands, and many more posts reaching in excess of 50,000 people. Our progress in 2021 has been halted though. Facebook has made changes to its algorithm in January, stating openly that they want to discourage politics on its platform. In addition to the changes in the algorithm, in March, Facebook put restrictions on the page. On the page because of changes to the content moderation bots, flagged the post from a year and a half before that. The post in question featured a picture of the Nuremberg rallies with the caption, "Obedience is not a virtue." I appealed the decision. My appeal was approved, only for the same post to be flagged again. Facebook has subsequently put restrictions on the page and substantially reducing our reach. We have plateaued in the time since. And as of right now, Facebook is, I can see in the administrative roles that we are not restricted, but our reach numbers are still down. And my thanks go to Nathan Hewer for making some of our most successful posts and keeping the Facebook page active when I've been on any of my numerous bans. I've had the keys to the Twitter account since January. We have added over 1,400 new followers. The new total is 5,278. Our tweets have had in excess of 2 million engagements in the time since. We still maintain a MeWe page. I have not been fully utilizing it. I'm keeping it as a backup for our inevitable zuckening. Other resources which have been underutilized include Instagram and YouTube. I would love to get more active on these platforms, but I have not yet sought out access, nor do I have volunteers to manage these additional platforms. Some areas of improvement I've identified are, we need more total volunteers to branch into different platforms, develop more original content, diversify tones and views presented, and ban-proof each of our platforms. And lastly, we need to get advertising approved. There have been multiple attempts to get advertising approved on Facebook, but Facebook always finds a reason to turn us down. It's been my pleasure to serve as the LPM Social Media Committee Chairman, and I hope to continue serving in any capacity I can. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll wait for Mr. Patel to give his membership report and credentials report. Kind of just brought up an excellent point about needing volunteers for a lot of these things. All these committee people and board members coming up here giving you, telling you they've done, we need people for all these committees. And I see a lot of people here that I don't recognize, which is great. So if this is your first Libertarian Party of Michigan convention, please stand up right now. Let's see. All right, we're actually have this.
Oh my God!
Do something, Greg. Mr. Patel is coming to give this membership report and updated credentials.
So you'll want your monitor display, right? So we'll want this. I can just pull them. We can just plug this in. If you want to share the screen. Sure. Okay. Yep, there you go. Nice.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here, and it's great to see this fantastic turnout today. Great job at the convention committee. And, we've had a great start to this year as far as membership, and a great 18 months since I basically started as chair of the membership committee. I just want to do some highlights. Basically, we have increased our membership by 91%. I attribute obviously to everybody in this room and getting their contacts involved, their contacts engaged. So now we got to translate this membership into activism, volunteerism, promotion, whatever, to promote this party even further. But you see here, we've increased 91%, and we've attracted 294 new members during this time period. So fantastic work by this body. So thank you. At the national level, we have 737 active national members in the state, and that's a 44% increase. So the state's increased 91, nationals increased 44. So we're on the up. That's fantastic. Now I want to talk about Civi CRM a little bit. Civi CRM is the main database that nationals provided to the states to basically document membership, document events, document phone logs, document volunteering. It's a very powerful tool. Okay, so at present, we have 15,800 contacts in Civi CRM, which we can sort and identify based on interest, based on geography, based on whether we're a candidate or not. So we need to use this tool to grow the membership further and recruit candidates. Obviously, our goal here is to have candidates on every ballot in every position. That's our ultimate objective, of course. The Michigan mailing list contains 5,400 contacts. So if we have to send mass emails out, we have 5,400 people that would be getting those. Those recently were sent out for the this convention in the last 2 months. So I am in charge of membership committee. I have a bunch of esteemed members of this body as part of this membership committee, but we need more people involved with the membership committee, and we need more people involved with Civi CRM to engage contacts, right? The membership committee has a lot of tasks that we have to perform. First, when anybody signs up or when anybody requests information from us, we get notified. So that triggers some activity. First, we would forward to the affiliate chair, okay, there's a new contact in the area, there's a new member in the area, so we expect the affiliate chair to follow up and contact them. We send out emails to new or renewing members and contacts also, so that's another task. The third task that we just started this year, and hopefully you'll be getting these, is membership cards, and that's a new initiative by the membership committee and by the LEC. So I hope you'll be getting your annual membership cards, and we do have, yes, there's one. And I also have about 95 lifetime membership cards we're going to be distributing at lunch. Obviously not distributing them all, they're not all here. But these are nice, high quality credit card size cards that are, I'm very happy with the way these turned out. So we'll be distributing these later. So that's another key task. Then we also tabulate the monthly membership statistics for the LEC. And that's at the end of the month. We go in, tally what we have. That's how we generate the graph. And there's a little more data in there as well. But it's important to understand where our membership's going and who's joining. Other things we can do is send out communication to targeted groups. As I mentioned, we have 15,000 contacts. We have 5,000 Michigan mailing list. And if you have a group you need to contact, maybe Congressional District 12, we can sort that out and you can send out an email. Now, we're not really actively doing this because nobody's really asked us. We have sent out obviously lists of members in affiliate areas, but our objective here is for the affiliate leadership to join Civi CRM as users. They can go and get their own data. We're gonna have a meeting in 2 weeks. Go and get your own data, get the latest and greatest, send out the email. Here's my event, here's my affiliate meeting. And then you can have real-time data. Don't wait for me, I'm a bottleneck. Last, tabulating event participants. Now this event, it was all done in Civi. Everybody that signed up for a meal package or a lunch or just registered, they're generated in. We have a participant list. We have 177 participants that sign up for this convention, which I think is fantastic, great, an off year, and I congratulate the convention.
So
If anybody wants to join the membership committee, please send an email here, membership@michiganlp.org. And we are looking for membership committee members to take on some of the tasks outlined here. Because it's not a one-man show. I can't really do all this, too much. And also the second thing, we are encouraging affiliate chairs and leaders to request the user access to City CRM so they can go and use a database. This database is very powerful. As I mentioned, it can do a lot for us. So I highly recommend that we use this to the fullest extent we can to grow this membership. Again, there's a bunch of things we can do with City CRM. And we've only touched the surface of the capability of this. And it's a very powerful tool that I think National just consolidates things so easily for us. It's easy to track stuff. So in closing, I want to thank my fellow membership card personnel and Mr. Jay Jalot and his company, because his company, Extending Your Reach, did the annual membership cards for us. They're outstanding in doing the graphics and generating the cards. And I also thank Mr. Larry Johnson, who helped check us in today, and Mr. Norm Peterson, who helped check us in, Mr. Stempfle, of course, our chair, Lisa for positive energy, and Mr. Bloom for doing all the setups of the affiliate contacts. So that's it for the membership report. I'm very happy that our membership's growing, and I thank this body for their efforts. So thank you.
All right, and your other share responsibility. What is the current credentials at present?
We have 88 votes and 2 alternates.
88 and 2.
3 more in line.
No, no.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, there's the data.
That's fine. I just.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, would you care to bring up the bylaws community report?
All right, we need to approve the credentials report, something I didn't do last time, and no one called me out on making a horrible procedural mistake. All in favor of approving Jeff Patel's, I'm sorry, are there any changes to the credentials? All right, seeing no changes, all in favor of approving the credentials report, which is 88 delegates and 2 alternates, say aye. Aye. All those say nay. All right, the next item of business is the bylaws committee report. This will be an hour. This is our first sort of real official business. I will be chairing this part. Is Mr. Weeks here yet? Mr. Weeks will take the floor at 11 to the platform. All right. All right. Again, we'll start over. I'm Greg Stempfle. I'm also chairman of the bylaws committee report. The member of this year's bylaws committee were myself, Adam Childress, John Elgis, Connor Nepo-Machino, Thomas Scott, Brandon Warzebach, Jeff Wood, and Tim Yao. We were picked by the LEC back in February, and we had a bunch of email discussions where we were proposing and discussing amendments to our bylaws. And we have a couple of meetings where we voted on them. They will be presented in order that they were approved. We actually had 2 meetings. So anything that passed with 8 or anything with 8 people was the first meeting. Our Zoom crashed in the middle of, so we had to reschedule only 6 people or whatever the second day. So that accounts for the difference in the proposal recommendations. All right, let us begin. Proposal 1. Proposal 1, and also known as GS03. I will read, what I will do is I will read the text, and then I will have the maker of the motion or resolution amendment speak to it. So this would be a proposal to add a line to local party organization section 3. So Scotty, go ahead. Yes. I don't.
If you do this full screen reading right here. No, it's the feed, it's the monitor, that's not the camera. Is it legible enough? I don't know if we're gonna get it. Maybe. Put it on. Yeah, just, we have an egg. Oh, yeah, can you just magnify it?
All right, I think that's all we're gonna get. It's also printed in the copy. All right, the first one would add a line to the beginning of section 4.3, which says during years in which a libertarian primary does occur. I'm the maker of this motion, so I will speak to it. This is really just a technical thing. One of the goals of the bylaw committee was to make it clear which sections of bylaws are relevant when we're qualified for primary and when we're not, because when we're qualified for the primary, it also affects our internal party organization. And so all these statutes refer to things when we're primary. This is just a technical change to explicitly say this is when we're primary. Is there any discussion of this proposal? All right, seeing none, let's move to a vote. All. We were simply adding a clause to the beginning of it, which says during years in which a libertarian primary does occur. And then each affiliate party shall oversee the county and district conventions. Yes, go ahead.
Can people hear me? I had mentioned this to Greg before. I don't think this quite works. And the reason is it says during years in which a primary does occur, which is an even year, right? The way state law works, once you get the vote to qualify you as a so-called primary party, thereafter these laws apply. Now I realize there's been a difference of interpretation as far as the Secretary of State goes as to when that actually starts. Once, for example, Gary Johnson achieved the vote to make us a primary party. But the fact of the matter is, the way this reads here, it would say, hey, these rules only apply in even number of years, which doesn't make sense if you're also a so-called primary party in an odd number year. And I think it's apparent if you read these statutes, like Greg said, it only applies if you've got a situation where you've qualified as a primary party. So if you aren't a primary party, those statutes by their terms are not going to apply anyway.
Yeah, two of these specifically deal with the spring convention. So if there's a recommended tweak to the to that sentence, I would show request information.
Mr. Chair, Jim Fuller, Armada. If we don't pass this, does it actually have any change to how it actually functions?
No, not at all. Mr. Bowman.
How about changing to during years, an amendment, I propose that we amend it to read during years in which the Libertarian Party of Michigan is primary qualified.
That would accommodate the language, I believe. So the amendment is during years, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
During years in which the Libertarian Party of Michigan is primary qualified.
And I believe, Mr. Hall, do you agree that that accommodates? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Scott spoke to it. Would anyone like to speak against this amendment?
Is primary qualified? If you don't need, does occur. During years in which the Libertarian Party is primary qualified.
Point of information, or at least I think that's point of information. And when you want to speak, could you please come to the mic and identify yourself before you?
Yes, thank you.
Regular parliamentary procedure.
Yes, Mr. Plummer.
The rules we adopted earlier today indicate that any motion such as Mr. Bowen made needs to be read.
Okay, John wrote it down, so I think it works for now. Did anyone like to speak against this amendment? Mr. Hall, do you?
I was just going to point out what's on the screen. I think it should be during years in which the Libertarian Party, not a Libertarian Party.
There's only one Libertarian Party mission. All right. Order. So no one speak against it. Scotty, please come to the mic. It's this way. It's this way.
I believe the title of our party, and this, I don't hate to be a punctuation Nazi, but I think the word party in Libertarian Party of Michigan would be capitalized.
All right. Thank you. Anyone want to speak? All right, anyone want to call the motion? Call the question. All right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting the main motion, which reads, during years in which the Libertarian Party of Michigan is primary qualified, and the rest of it. All in favor of that amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes. Thank you for helping me clear up that language. All right, proposal 2, which is known as proposal GS04. This is probably the only one that has significant consequences if it's adopted. Basically, this would change the way in which we elect our delegates. I'll read what it does, and then I will have Tim Young speak to it, because he will also propose this. Basically, it's a... Yes?
Somewhere we've only approved making the amendment, now we have to approve, have to go on the proposal.
I feel we did that, but...
No, we did not.
All right, we're back. All right, all in favor of the main motion, proposal 1? Say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes for real this time. All right, the second proposal would basically return us to allowing any delegate to attend state conventions. And I'll read what was changed. It says, during years in which a Libertarian primary does not occur, all members of the party who attend are Michigan residents and register for a convention shall be delegates. What we are adding to the second section is during years in which a Libertarian primary does occur. And the rest of that section deals with how we apportion delegates. The other 2 minor changes is we are taking a section 6, section D is moved out, because that deals with a call to convention. That needs to be outside of the thing that only when we're primary. And then I made one little tweak to members in good standing, and if required, we're duly elected. So that should, if this passes, this would clean up a lot of the overall aspects of it to make it internally consistent. Sorry for that long-winded explanation. I'm gonna let Tim Bialowski also propose a similar one. I'll let him speak to this proposal.
Yes, I do feel that our current way of selecting delegates is A, cumbersome, B, it punishes rural areas of the state because, for example, Straits area, last convention, I think Straits area had 5 counties, and between the 5 counties, they had 2 delegates, while us in Oakland County had 22 or 24. And so it puts us to where the cities have a severe advantage. And well, I already mentioned that it's cumbersome, and I think it takes away from the voice of the individual. We're small enough that each one of you should have a vote. If you're willing to make the trip to the convention, you're a member in good standing and paid up, and you've been a member for 30 days, there is no reason why you can't vote. I really hope we can support this.
Mr. Fuller, we're speaking against it. For me, I was speaking against this proposal. When this change was first instituted in 2017, I was highly against it at the time due to some fears that it would basically see what Tim says it claims it does. I was also particularly concerned that we lessen the number of members who came to convention. I was incredibly incorrect. Since then, we have had larger conventions than we had had at any other time that I've been involved in the party. Back before we had delegate conventions, when we called them delegate conventions, they were actually just membership, which is what this is doing again. I think one of the advantages our current system has is it requires our affiliates to recruit delegates. And as such, it actually seems to have increased the number of members who actually do participate. Our current rules also allow affiliates to make their own rules for who is eligible to be a delegate, as long as they already qualify for the bylaws requirements. So in other words, I'm a member of Libertarians of Macomb County. We allow anybody anywhere to join the Libertarians of Macomb County, and then we can select them as delegates. So if you're in a more rural area and you're unable to become a delegate for your affiliate, if you take the effort to do so, you can most likely obtain a spot somewhere else. We should be rewarding people for doing that. Most importantly, as our party becomes larger and our name value and our ballot line become more important, it becomes more likely that outsiders may try to take over the Libertarian Party. This happened in New York a few years ago when Howard Stern all of a sudden decided he was going to run for governor, and more than half people who showed up to the convention had never been Libertarians before, but they paid their dues on time, and ta-da, Howard Stern was their candidate, and then like 3 weeks later, like, oh, never mind, I was just kidding, and they were stopped. New York law is different than ours. Anyways. I hope that you will vote against this proposal and allow us to maintain working like a real political party who actually nominates delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Go ahead, Lisa.
Tim said that we need up to 30 days and we're in here. Back on the arrow. Or where's that?
The 30-day membership requirement is not in this section.
So you just show up that day and you're like, here to just delegate that.
No, it's in a separate section. That's not being modified.
But it doesn't have to be in this section. I mean, are we just,
No, our 30-day membership requirement is in a separate section of bylaws. It's not being amended at this motion.
So this just says if you show up on the day of the convention, as long as you're a member, you're in.
There's still a 30-day requirement, but that's not in this particular.
So the 30-day requirement is sort of understood.
Yes, it's still, yes.
Thank you.
No, Lisa, you're right. You're right. not gonna be in this one.
I really, I mean, it just sounds like, hey, I'm here, I'm a delegate, so I think it should be specified.
It's in, the 30 members requirement is
As
in a
long as it
different
applies to
section.
this as well.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't it, because it says member in good standing, that includes.
Yes, yes, this does not change the 30 requirement. Jamie or the other gentleman, Joe, did you want, any?
Yep, Mr. Chair, Joe LeBlanc, Wayne County Delegate. I stand neither in support or denial of the claim, but I do have a point of question. Would this take effect immediately for this convention, thus throwing this convention somewhat into disarray?
No. It would take effect on the next convention. We're already credentialed.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Connor.
It's Connor Palmisino, Oakland County Delegate. The section in the bylaws that specify a 30-day membership requirement is conventions, part 9.
Scott, you're gonna have to come to the thing. Jamie, go ahead.
I rose to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fuller.
According to our bylaws changes take effect immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. I think this would be almost impossible to retroactively apply to this.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is there any way that they could clarify the screen? It's hard to read.
We tried, it's the feed, it's not even about it, I'm sorry. We'll give it another shot. Go ahead, Scotty.
Yeah, I was going to move to amend the language. I know I don't have it in writing, but I'll say what it is as soon as I can see this again. I got the drop down thing over the front. Okay, where is it? But I'll try to, based on memory, maybe it should just say in years in which the Libertarian Party is not a, wait, here we go. During years in which the Libertarian primary does not occur, all members of the party who meet other requirements stated in this bylaw shall be delegates.
Is that a motion, Scotty?
Yeah, it's a motion to amend.
All right, please restate your motion. Yes, I would request you submit these in writing. There's pads of paper if you're going to be proposing language.
Okay, I'll do it.
Jamie or Brian, did you want to speak? I'll recognize whoever wants to.
Jake Lewis, West Michigan. I rose to speak against this, that right now the way it's set up is that the affiliates aren't invested in the convention. They're given a number of delegates seats that they need to fill. In West Michigan, the past couple of years that we've had that, we've worked hard to fill all of those seats. We're contacting people, making sure that they know about the convention and that they can be delegated and that they show up at the convention. And as it's been stated, the convention attendance has been higher since we've done this. If this were to go back to the way it was before, we would have just announced, hey, there's a convention, and whoever shows up, shows up. Also, it gives people, because they're delegates of an affiliate, they're representing somebody. So they're coming here to represent the other members of their area, and they've been chosen to represent them. And if it's just, if we go back to having a mass meeting instead of a convention, everybody's there just representing themselves. And you could come into problems where that there will be that, people that you could have a takeover and people, moving the party in a direction that most of the members don't wish to see. So I request that people vote against this.
Brian Ellison, Monroe. 2 points. One is to reiterate the point that Lisa brought up. If nothing else, this creates a complete contradiction in our bylaws, because it allows it, in one sentence, it specifically says that any member of the party can be a delegate. And then in another section, it says in order to be a delegate of the convention, you have to have been a member for 30 days. So at the bare minimum, it creates a complete contradiction. So the language is no good. And then I'd also like to reiterate the points that Jim and Jamie made. If anybody's been paying attention, Greg kind of alluded to it earlier, what's going on in New Hampshire. A bunch of outsiders were able to easily come in and take over the entire party who had been members for, maybe they've been members for 30 days. I don't know how long they've been members, not long. And I think that the way we're set up right now makes the Libertarian Party of Michigan uniquely insulated from that type of a takeover. If somebody wants to organize at the county affiliate level and bring in what we would consider outsiders into the party and build the county affiliates at that point and fill their delegation slots with those what we would consider outsiders, so be it. We can't beat that, right? That's well organized. That's a concerted effort that we as a party cannot beat. But it would be too easy for somebody to encourage, whether it's by buying memberships, whether it's by busing them to a convention, whether it's just by providing some incentive for somebody to come and just vote for that party's interest to come in and completely take over this party. I think this amendment to our bylaws is bad. I think it's very short-sighted. I think we should all vote for it.
All right, the question that's involved is there a second? Okay, so if we want to hear Sky's line, we'll vote against calling the question. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Question is going to be called. We are now on to the main motion, which is the second proposal, proposal GS04. This requires 2/3 to pass. I would ask if you are not a credentialed delegate, do not say anything. All in favor of proposal 2, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails. Next proposal. All right, the rest of these are fairly straightforward. This proposal 3, also known as GS02, this is a proposal. Go ahead, Scotty.
Order the amendment was never voted on?
Correct. Yes, we call the question. All right, the third proposal, proposal GS02, would clarify none of the above rules when voting in multi-winner elections. We have a thing that says we can vote for none of the above in all elections, but we often have races with more than one person. We had when we had our online convention, we had to have a computer do our voting for us. Well, no, we programmed it. So we had to come up with a rule that says if you vote for none of the above in a multi-winner race, you can't vote for another person. This has been in our convention rules the last 3 conventions now. So I just wanted to make it into our bylaw. So the addition would say if a delegate votes for none of the above in a race in which a candidate is elected, they may not vote for an additional period. Is there any discussion of this proposal? Right, the question has been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All in favor of adoption of proposal GS02, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes. Proposal 4, Connor, please be on standby. This would, the convention body may move to reopen nominations should none of the above be selected. And the additional text to this section would read, the convention body may move to reopen nominations for any public office should none of the above be selected. However, should none of the above be selected for any public office nomination, none of the losing candidates for that position may be selected to fill the vacancy for the nomination. This was proposed by Connor, and I I will give the floor to speak to this proposal.
I'm Stephen, delegate in Oakland County. As many of you were at our convention last year in Gaylord, nominating convention, we had a U.S. Senate race last year, and the options we were given were Mr. Risky and none of the above, and none of the above won. And I feel that nominating none of the above is always a missed opportunity for the party. And if we're going to run candidates, we might as well put people on the ballot. So, given that there was interest at last year's convention to reopen nominations, and the chair ruled that was not permitted in the bylaws, and I feel this change makes it explicit, and it is not something that has to be exercised. The language says may. So, no one's hands are tied. The none of the above tradition is preserved, and I think we can run more candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Point of information, I don't believe I was asked to reopen nominations last year. Oh, all right. Thanks, sorry. So I often don't remember what happens when I chair conventions. So since it's being recorded, I want to say hello to future Greg. You've done a great job at chairing this convention. All right, Mr. Lewis, go ahead.
Speaking, it's not a hard opposition, it's just the fact that if you want someone other than the candidate that's been nominated, you can nominate somebody else. You know, we don't have to have one person running against none of the above. It's basically, when this happens, it's everybody either votes for a candidate or they're voting against the candidate. And but if there's someone else that's a better choice, you just nominate them when nominations come open. Instead of saying, dragging things out by saying, okay, well, we nominated one person and then they had an election and nobody liked that one. So now let's reopen it and nominate another person. It'd be a whole lot easier to just to nominate one person if you had any sort of opposition to the person that was nominated.
Kirk Larson, West Michigan. I agree with Jamie in many ways, although I would say there are situations in which at that time you feel information comes out and none above seems like a reasonable position, but that it allows you the opportunity to seek out another candidate for the current selections. Just like we have decided that it's important to have delegates as a protection for the party for represents us, this would also be a way of protecting us and so give you the opportunity to run candidates later they may not know that you need it beforehand. Thanks.
Mike Sligo, Macomb County. At the last convention, I was the one who nominated and spoke in favor of NODA. And I do got to say it was sort of because it was based on information we learned in the parking lot during recess. It was partially rushed and hurried, and to kind of feel like it would have been good to have the option to do this if the option existed, just with enough sort of time to refocus and regather. I mean, the way it worked, but like Connor said, if we're not going to be bound to do it, it's, I think, rare enough occurrence as it is that we nominate NODA. It'll be even rarer still. We would have to use this, but it's nice to have it in the back pocket.
Thank you, Mike. Second one.
Yeah, I don't know if this is speaking for or against, but I just want to make it clear that there's two different positions here. Voting for public office, the candidates will be nominated for the office. But if it's a party office, it should be declared vacant and nobody else can run. So I think that's an important distinction because we don't want a public office holder running that we don't support. And the party office, it's obvious you do need somebody to run the thing. So I think it's well written and thoughtful, and I support it.
Any other discussion, Mr. Palmer?
I would like to make an amendment.
What is your amendment?
I would like to add after the period I was selected before, however, that if Durham wins a reopened nomination process, no subsequent reopens will be allowed. This is to ensure we don't get someplace where half the party doesn't want anyone for this office because there's a good Democrat there or something, and the other half doesn't, and we go reopen for 400 years. Thank you.
Can you just, can you repeat that in case? Okay. I didn't get that, so would anyone like to speak against whatever? Is there a second? There's a second. All right, Jim spoke for it. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? All right, the question has been called. Let's wait for the text to be typed up. Actually, Jim, would you mind reading it? Oh, okay, just give a moment.
Do I have to wait until that's amendment is approved before speaking against
The
the
motion's been called, actually. So we'll vote as soon as it's typed up. So is that apart from grammar? All right, and I'll try to read it like 25 words. If none of the above wins a reopened process, no additional reopen.
Yeah.
All right.
Reopen IFG. That's gonna be.
All right, is the amendment proper now?
I think so.
All right. The amendment is adding this sentence: if NOTA wins a reopened process, no additional reopening will be authorized. Is that correct, Mr. Fuller?
Good enough for who it's for.
All right, the motion has been called. Still not sure what it means. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. I'm going to rule it fail. What division requires 10 people? All right. Adoption of the main motion requires 2/3. We now have an amended motion. I'm sorry, we do not have an amendment. We just have a main motion. Is there any further discussion of the main motion?
I just like.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
So I understand what we're trying to accomplish here, but I just think it's a bad idea. I think that what we should be doing is looking for qualified candidates that we put up for nomination prior to the nomination process. If we go through the nomination process and we end up choosing none of the above, then what we're doing is we're looking around the room and we're trying to find a reluctant person to step up and take on this campaign. And from what I understand, what prompted this was the U.S. Senate campaign from last year. And I think that we would be poorly served to have a candidate for U.S. Senate that was reluctant to even run. We want candidates that are going to take their campaign seriously, and if they're taking their campaign seriously, they're not going to be nominated after NOTA fails. Yes.
Dan Ziemba, Wayne County prosecutor, running guy that got 127,000 votes. I myself was rather reluctant to run for that position. I ran for it anyway. Look where it got me. Thank you.
Joe Rummer. Okay. Can we add the word once to after nominations? The convention body may move to reopen nominations once for any public office.
All right, there's been a motion that's been moved and seconded to add the word once between nominations and four.
After nomination. Okay.
Is there any discussion of this amendment? Move to a vote. The question's been called. Jamie, do you have some?
Basically what we just. But you can't keep proposing things, saying it in different
Okay,
ways.
this will be the last time we try to change this. We have a proposal that's been moved and seconded. It's been discussed. Someone called the question. Was there a second to call on the question?
Second.
All right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Now we're voting on the amendment. This only takes a majority to say open nominations once. All in favor of adding once, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes. So now we have the amended proposal. Is there any further discussion of this proposal needed?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, we are back on the main proposal. This requires 2/3. All in favor of proposal 4, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. We need 10 for division. We have 1, 2. All right, there are not sufficient people to call for division. Next proposal, Connor, be on standby again. Proposal 5. This would send the call to convention to more expired members and do so 60 days prior. One of the tweaks would add the executive committee shall notify every LPM and Michigan resident national party member whose dues were current within 5 years of the convention date, time and location no less than 60 days prior to the convention. So there's 3 changes. Go ahead, Connor.
Hi, everyone. I was involved in the convention committee this year, and we sent out multiple emails and alerts, and all convention, of course, went out as scheduled right now. But I think just simply this proposal increases the pool of people we are messaging every single time to remind them that we have an event going on, that they should plan for it, and there's more people to attend, that encourages more participation, buy-in. I view it as a total net win for the party. Thank you.
All right, Andrew.
Andrew Hall, West Michigan. I guess I would like to move to divide this, since 5 years and 60 days are 2 different things we're talking about here. Because we're also talking about changing 1 year to 5. So that means someone who's not technically active in the party 5 years ago to today. And then the 60 days, we do have 30 days. I don't know if anyone really agrees that we need to have.
So you got a motion to divide the question to take the 60-day and make that a separate part? Okay. There's a motion to divide. All right, the call question's been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, question has been called. So this would, we're going to divide the question, and Michigan resident National Libertarian Party and 5 years will be separated from the 30 to 60. All in favor of that division, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. All right, so now we'll do the first part first. Was there any more discussion of Mr.?
Move to amend the motion to 3 years rather than 5, just because mandating that would be a certain cost. And the convention committee could always do 5 years or 10 years, whatever they want, but to mandate it, that cost, I think is not wise. So I move to amend to 3 years rather than
Mr. White, as a personal favor, would you consider rescinding that? In practice, we do send it to 4 and 5. So this is just really standard.
Okay.
And there is no cost.
That email is cheap. I withdraw it.
Mr. Lewis, go ahead.
Lewis, West Michigan. I'm speaking against this motion because of the fact that we just notified all of our members by who's in the database. And I was part of that email chain that got the replies coming back, and there were dozens of people that asked to be removed from that list. Well, this is requiring us to notify them for 5 years, even after they told us they don't want to be notified anymore. They will still have to be notified if this passes. They were still notified for 5 years ago.
Any other discussion of?
I don't even think we can discuss this without hearing from Jeff Patel. This isn't on us, it's on him who's gonna be doing all this shit. So I'm wondering, his opinion, is this feasible, is this doable? I mean, it's not us, it's the membership committee that does this. Jeff, what do you have to say? I can't see you, where are you? Jeff, do you agree to this, Vern?
All right, is there any other? No, I go ahead, Jerry.
I just want to say, in company with Jamie's comments, if a person requests to be removed from our email list, I would certainly hope that their email address would be deleted. And so that should not be an issue.
All right, is there any further discussion, or can we move to a vote?
Wait for that.
Mr. Patel, did you want to speak for or against this proposal?
I guess I'm going to speak against it. 5 years. Maybe 3 years.
I don't know if that was a formal amendment. The question was called prior to Jeff. Was that a formal motion to amend or? Can I'm reading the room. I don't think this is.
I make a motion to amend for 3 years.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. Sorry, well, a motion to go from 5 years to 3 years. Again, we sent this one to 4 years for the most recent one because that's what we normally do. All in favor, is there any discussion of changing it to 3 years? All right, all in favor of changing it from 5 to 3 years, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. All right, we are on to the main motion. Is there any further discussion of the main motion, which is the first of the two business devices?
Yeah.
What? Oh, it's in yellow. It's weird having it above. It's like composing. All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor of adoption of the part in yellow, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. That requires 2/3. I'm only motion fails. Division. We have one for division. All right, okay. Let's, hang on, maybe let's do a raise of hands first. If I can't tell, then we'll do that for sure. So if you're a voting delegate, we'll do it, raise of hands. All in favor of adopting the yellow language, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. That's very 2/3. We'll do it, we'll do a division. So all in favor, stand up and we'll do a count. Yes. We need the whole fraction now because it's based on the number of votes. All right, so I'm gonna point, so count off 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Brandon's 13, you're 12. Jerry, you're 14. Mike is 15. Count off. Start at the back.
40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 53, 55,
57.
Anyone here voting? Okay. Are you voting for? Okay, so that's 60 votes for. Everyone opposed, stand up.
We have credentials for 42, please.
It matters only the people that vote. 1,
2, 3,
good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24,
25.
All right, motion passes. All right, now we are on part 2. All right, this would change it from sending the call to convention from 30 to 60 days. Is there any discussion at this point? Andrew?
Andrew Call, West Michigan. I actually oppose this, just because this convention, this would not happen if this were passed. Just the way this convention was put together, changing it to 60 days, that's not feasible.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak for this? All right, seeing none, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All right, all opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, we are calling the question. This would just change it. It's the second part. It would change it from 30 to 60 days. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Fails. All right, so that half pass. That was a good division. Thank you. The next proposal is proposal 6. This is electronic meetings and procedures. This would add new language. It's clunky, but let me read it. The Libertarian Party of Michigan may hold electronic meetings and conventions for official party business of any recognized body of the state party, including the Libertarian Executive Committee, as well as any committees created by the Libertarian Executive Committee, unless specifically prohibited from doing so during their creation. Any official party business conducted by electronic means shall comply with the electronic means section, the most current edition of Robert's Rules of Order immediately revised. This was my motion, so I will speak to it. Basically, Robert's Rules requires organizations that have electronic meetings to explicitly state those. We don't, but we apply it in several spots. So this would just formalize this process. Without this, then even the LEC would not actually be allowed to do so. Is there any discussion of this? Go ahead, Andrew.
I would like to make a motion to amend the proposal to strike the words and conventions.
Second. All right, we have a motion that's moved and seconded to strike and conventions, which is on the first line. Right, speak to your motion, please.
So I bring this motion on the basis that I completely understand and appreciate the rationale for bringing the amendment. However, I have a different view in that, having worked with this convention process last year, setting up the electronic meetings and fully recognizing and understanding the difficulty and challenges that came from having to work around the bylaws with those graded. I think there were a lot of examples last year that was made clear through precedent and through opinions of those in the party that I think are more qualified than I, that in cases where it is impossible to follow the bylaws to hold such an electronic convention, that the bylaws can be violated to the extent possible to complete the needed business. And based on the experiences last year, I wanted to bring someone's attention. I think the damage to the kind of party cohesion and effectiveness that comes from electronic conventions. I think that really speaks to the benefits to hold events in person, to be able to interact with people, to be able to read the room, to see kind of motivations behind motions, things like that. And I really want to make sure that going forward in the party, that if we do need to have conventions, we can, we can go through the process similar to last year, despite those difficulties. But I would like that process to remain rare and difficult to do, and only to be considered in the most extreme circumstances to have.
You're here.
Speak against the
So he mentioned that last year when we had the electronic convention, it created a bunch of division in the party. I think that if we strike this again, what he's asking for is that if we're ever put in a position like that, that he'd like to see the division again. Now, that's not specifically what he's saying, but in essence, that is what he's saying. I think that if we just specifically allow it within our bylaws, I think it makes things a whole lot easier. I think we all understand this is going to be in rare circumstances, but if we look back in 10 years from now, and there's some other circumstance where we can't have an in-person convention, this discussion is going to come up, and we're going to say, somebody's going to say, well, we had this on the floor, and the convention body decided that we did not want to have electronic conventions. And so it's going to set a precedent. So I think it's important that we include conventions, and we should vote no on this amendment. No on this amendment.
I was first convention, and that was a fucking disaster. So I don't ever want to spend 4 hours on a computer screen again doing that shit. So that's all I have to say.
I don't know if anyone's checked. And I should point out that convention is the meeting, so removing these words just means you're not required to do it. So you could still do it because convention is a meeting. I am in favor of this amendment and motion.
All right, is there any further discussion of this amendment? Scotty?
I'm opposed to the amendment because, first of all, the fact that we really, I think the consensus is that it was an unpleasant but necessary experience, kind of like, you know, getting a rabies shot or something. To have the electronic convention. So I don't think we're at risk of people if conventions is included. I don't think we're at risk of suddenly not having face-to-face conventions anymore. I think this was an extreme case, but it'd be nice if extreme cases were even, you know, addressed in our bylaws that we did not have to. And Jedderton did say that we did have to break our bylaws before, and we should never have to break our bylaws.
Thank you, Scotty. You spoke once. I need to enforce the rule of speaking once on a topic. Oh, all right, go ahead. Speak
speaking in favor, Dan Zemo, County.
Oh, do, yeah.
The convention committee, Scotty, is the body which decides whether or not the convention will be electronic if this passes, with that language included. I'm on the convention committee, Andrew's the head of that committee. Our intention in joining that committee was specifically to make sure that didn't happen. However, it would only take a few motivated people who could hide their intentions to join that committee and create such a convention at their leisure if we pass with those words involved. So I very much favor this amendment. And if you like the idea of 2-day in-person conventions at a casino with all your friends, with the boys, and with a bunch of great guest speakers, get this crap out of this body game.
Are you proposing a amendment?
Why not? Yes, let's propose an amendment to add this.
Can you have it, can we have it in writing, please?
Absolutely. To now.
Go for it, what is it?
All right, so since we seem to be divided on whether to strike or not to strike the person, why not add a sentence at the end that says preference and priority?
Hang on, I'm sorry. We already have a vote, we have an amendment on the table, Mr. Douglas, is that? Okay.
All right, so then this is just a comment. All right, so I don't know how this stuff works. I'm not an expert in numbers. What I do know is that if you add a sentence that gives you that.
Okay, I'm gonna roll out of order because you're asking for an amendment. That's not. All right, we have on the floor, we have an amendment. It's the movement second. Is there any more discussion of this? Call the question. All right, all in favor, call the question on the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, we are now voting on the amendment. This one takes a majority. All in favor of striking and conventions from the proposal, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. We're back to the main motion. Is there any point to discuss the rest of the motion has been called? All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Question has been called.
Division.
We need 10 people for division.
The man wants to speak. The man speak.
Division does not pass. We are back to the main motion. All right, anyone want to call the question? All right, the motion's been called and seconded. All in favor of adopting proposal 6 as amended, say aye. Aye. Say nay. Nay. Motion passes. There were 3 proposals we did not get to, but we made that time later today. It's now time for the platform committee report. So I will recognize Mr. James Weeks. And Jeff, would you want to do? Okay, but we don't have a Word version of your copy. Correct. Yes.
Thanks. Does you have a PDF?
But John might be able to copy and paste it into.
I don't got anything to edit the file. I didn't bring like Word.
Oh, we can.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right, I would like to recognize James Weeks, who is our platform committee chair, for 1 hour. Oh, actually, hang on. Andrew, did you want to have anything as a?
I was going to talk to you about it first before making any further announcements. 1 second.
Mr. Chair.
So,
James, if you recognize me, you might give me one more time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is Jim Fuller from our meeting. I'd like to rise and make a motion to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking up a planning proposal that was not included in the platform committee report, specifically to add a new Article 7, or excuse me, Section 4, and a new Article 7 stating, fuck the police.
All right. So we can, I guess we could vote on that. All in favor of suspending the rule? Was it all in favor of suspending the rules to take up this motion? Or is there any discussion on it? No discussion on it. Are all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Well, fuck the police. I don't know what people clapping that voted to actually say something. You guys don't really mean it, do you? Bootleggers. So first, everyone's got it. All right.
I'm going to recognize Andrew Cheriton really quickly as a convention committee chair. As a couple announcements, he was very busy registering everyone today, so he didn't get a chance to talk. So I recognize him for a few minutes to talk about some things.
Hello, thank you everybody for bearing with us. We had kind of a tough time with the meal check-in this morning. Just want to make an announcement that for anyone who purchased a meal and did not receive for today's lunch, assignment of which plated option you received, my plan is to hold at the start of lunchtime to have everyone who's in that position to gather around the registration tables. And we will do an assignment based on the remaining plate orders that are left after all the pre-reserved meals, and we will assign which of those based on the order check-in this morning. So if you ordered today's lunch or were one of the people that registered late and didn't have it guaranteed, please gather at those registrations when we adjourn for lunch, and we'll work with everybody to get those assigned. And when everyone goes out there, if attempting to organize, try to organize by the numbering on your lunch ticket if you have one, but we'll sort that out once everyone gets out there for that. So thanks everybody. And, whatever, we can just work off. We'll just work off the. All right, so we're just gonna work off the PDF. Better than all right, well, let's go off the, all right, the first proposal we have today is to strike the current text of Article 1, Plank 1, and replace it with "we oppose interventions by the federal government into state, local, or personal affairs that impair regional efforts to secure more liberty in their region." The rationale for this is because the current text, we believe, is a violation of the Dallas Accord, as it explicitly mentions the U.S. Constitution and gives endorsement to it, and believe that this would open up the party and bring more unity between minarchists and anarchists within the party. So the new text would read, "We oppose interventions by the federal government in state, local, or personal affairs that impair regional efforts to secure more liberty in their regions." Is there any discussion on this?
Move to amend and remove the last three words "in their regions." It's unnecessary. We oppose the blah, 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 to secure more liberty, period.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment? All opposed? Is there any discussion on the main motion? All right, hearing none,
Obviously, no Oakland County delegate. I'd like to propose an alternative. I'd like to make an alternative proposal to the one. That's all right.
that would be in order, I believe.
I love the language that is here. I would like to simply add it to the end of the current text and strike, we endorse from the front. Thank you.
Strike, we endorse.
What would that makes that a nonsense?
Yeah. He wants to make it a giant font.
Keep all of it except for we endorse and add the additional.
All right, well, that dies for lack of a second. All right, so we'll move on to the main motion. All in favor of the new flank? Aye, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. That passes.
It only means, yeah, only majority.
All right, moving on to proposal B. Proposal B would be to add a new Article 1, blank 13, saying we oppose the federal government's inhumane policy towards undocumented immigrants and asylum seekers. We support laws that would discontinue cooperation by the state and local agencies with immigration, customs enforcement for nonviolent undocumented immigrants. This would just clarify our stance on immigration and say that we don't want our state governments, mess with that. Looks like you're wanting to speak on it.
I would like to make an amendment to the proposal. I would like to strike the words non-violent.
All right. Any discussion on the owner's amendment? All right. Need to strike non-violent. Oh.
Mr. Chair, I believe this is my proposal. I have no objection to the non-violent language. And I'll say that I added non-violent purely for the reason to make sure that in whatever form we would pass this today, I would advocate strike non-violent if it appears that the board will accept it.
All right. Any further discussion? Yeah, Scotty.
I'm opposed to the amendment suggested because I think that we want to make it clear that we are not welcoming in like violent cartels or people coming in with the intent of somehow being getting a beachhead in the United States for some kind of aggressive attack. I would actually welcome, actually I would, if this amendment fails, propose an alternative amendment just to replace the word non-violent with non-aggressive.
Well, any further discussion on the amendment?
Aaron Gardner, Fisk County delegate. I disagree with that. I think that we need to strike non-violent from there because there can be potential for immigrants to be opposed by their governments and they have violent actions against them, in which that we as a party accept. And by writing that, we would be, by saying non-violent, we would be kicking those people out and potentially putting us at risk.
Yeah. Further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of owner's amendment to strike non-violent, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. That passes. All right, so moving on to the main motion now. Oh, yes.
Okay, so I now would like to introduce that amendment to put the word non-resident in there. That would, by the way, include the condition that was brought up earlier about what if the person was involved in some type of freedom fighting within their own country, is now seeking asylum, because that actually would be non-aggressive, because responding to force with force is not is violent, but it's not aggression.
And do believe that is dilatory.
I think that the non-aggression would.
Oh, well, this is already died for lack of a second. All right, moving on to the proposal, main motion. All in favor of the new plank, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes. The next proposal would be to add text to the current plank, Article 3, Plank 4, which reads, private adjudication of disputes by mutually acceptable judges or mediators should be encouraged. Adding the text, including religious courts and adjudicative bodies. Is he already wanting to speak, Mr. Fuller? Yeah, the rationale is to clarify that we support, basically, that we support even, religious courts and stuff like that, if religious parties want to solve their stuff in their own community.
Jim Fuller, Macomb County.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak against the amendment here. I'm probably the most Catholic guy in this room. I absolutely love canon law. I love canon courts and all that jazz. However, I don't think this has a place in the Libertarian Party platform. I think it's be too easily used by our opponents to make us look like some kind of religious whack jobs, which I am, but most of y'all aren't. And not to mention, there's the whole, oh my God, they're going to put in Sharia law. And I don't have that conversation. We want that conversation, right?
Hello, I'm Mayor Sheridan from Wayne County. I'd like to propose an amendment to the proposal, which would be to strike the words including religious courts and to be replaced with to say usually acceptable judges, mediators, or adjudicative bodies should be encouraged.
It looks like he just wants to strike including religious courts. Is that what that would, right?
To say judges, mediators, or adjudicative bodies.
So judges, mediators, or adjudicative body. Okay. All right. And then move the or.
Exactly.
Get rid of the judges. All right. No, keep the action count. Let's have a debate on action count. Do we include this? All right, if we have a second for keeping the action count, all in favor?
Can I speak to the motion? So I make a motion with the intent that I believe religious courts would be included in those descriptors given and language. So we'd effectively be endorsing the same, but I think the inclusion of religious courts is unnecessarily specific. Along the lines of Chip's comments, agree with his logic as well.
Everyone shut up, people can't hear. All right. All right, so is there any discussion on the amendment to this? Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment to strike religious bodies and move some stuff around, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, that passes. Is there any discussion now on the main motion?
I oppose the main motion as it's superfluous. The current text is perfect the way it sits. Thank you.
Well, I might have, I don't know.
I would like, as a point of personal privilege, to ask that the platform chair read over the text as amended.
Okay. The text as amended would read, private adjudication of disputes by mutually acceptable judges, mediators, or adjudicative bodies should be encouraged. That would be the amended text. All right. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Oh, the main motion, as I just read. Yeah, okay. So it'd be private adjudication of disputes by mutually acceptable judges, mediators, or adjudicative bodies should be encouraged. That is the motion here. We're basically just adding adjudicative bodies, basically. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. All right, that fails. We need division. Okay, so no? All right, no division. Fail. Next one. All right, proposal D would be that the current text reads no fault laws should be repealed because they deprive the victim of the right to recover damages from those responsible for causing harm. We would amend that text to strike no fault laws should be repealed because they, and replace that with we oppose no fault laws that. The rationale for this is because there was a change to the no fault statutes, and it's unclear whether or not no fault laws were really repealed or not. There was some discussion of whether or not that actually happened. And if they did, we don't want to have egg on our face that we're calling for something that's repealed, that is repealed, but we also want to oppose it if they try and bring it back. And so basically we just oppose it without saying that it's there. So even if it does end up getting repealed, we can keep it as is if we try and bring it back. Basically, it's the rationale. All right, we have some.
Brandon Morris, Southwest Michigan. I practice in no fault, and the reason for this is, again, as you said, that we have arguably something of a hybrid system now. There's high likelihood that the next year it's going to change again. And this doesn't take any meaning away from what we already have. It makes it clear that whatever changes are made to the system for our next convention.
Jim Fuller, Macomb County. I'd like to have an amendment to add to the end of this. In addition, we oppose all mandatory insurance laws.
All right.
Second.
You get that. Is there any discussion on Fuller's amendment? Should be a comment.
Coalition. Mr. Chair, Connor, obviously the Oldham County, I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. Mandatory insurance laws are, of course, a huge contributor in Michigan. We have the highest insurance premiums in the country. So, and it is all because of these mandates. It's all because of the no fault laws. Let's just wipe the system out entirely. It is contributing to everyone's cost of living, everyone's cost of owning a vehicle, and it hurts the poor the most. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Point of information, I would also go a step further than Connor to say that auto insurance rates in the state of Michigan represent a form of neo redlining.
because of how high the rates are in poor areas than they are in richer areas.
All right. Are you speaking in favor or against?
I am speaking question of the phrasing. Are there such a thing as no fault laws that do not deprive the victim of their rights to recover damages? Because as it's written, it implies there might be no fault laws that are written that do not. So that maybe we would say we oppose no fault laws as they deprive you. We oppose no fault as they deprive the victim. Because if there are no fault laws that do they? Are there no fault laws that do not?
No fault, of course. We have
Always.
other nominations.
Always.
Well, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of adding of the Fuller amendment, adding in addition, we oppose all mandatory insurance laws, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Status. All right, and moving on to the main motion, is there any discussion of the main motion?
Yeah, John Hutter, Kent, or West Michigan. I'm just curious, should we just drop the no fault altogether? I mean, you've had other stuff where the state denies a private right of action, because like only the regulators can do it. Wouldn't that, I mean, couldn't you solve it both ways? And also the other gentleman's point about, other no fault laws that might be good or something.
Are you wanting to just strike no fault and say we oppose laws that deprive victims of the right to recover damages for those responsible? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
All right, you got a second for that? Is there any discussion on the amendment to strike no fault and just have the amendment be we oppose laws that deprive the victim of the right to recover damages from those responsible for causing harm? In addition, we oppose all mandatory insurance laws.
Mr. Chair, Jim from Macomb County, I would oppose the amendment simply because, although I believe there are two accurate statements on libertarian positions, I don't believe it makes sense to put them together in that way.
J.B. Lewis, West Michigan. I was just writing for a point of information because we don't have the whole context of the platform here. This is changed to Article 3.5. When we're discussing this right here, I go, yes, I agree with that. That makes sense. But when we see it in the rest of the article, is that still going to make sense if we drop that right here? So I want it to still look like a cohesive, easy read document.
I don't know if you think the whole platform's in here.
It's in there, yes.
You need the text.
Yeah, it's it's in yellow. The platform's the yellow pages.
Yellow pages. As well as it's on our website. So it would be under the courts section. So I believe that would make sense. Anything opposing laws should fall under the courts section. But if you need to read the entirety of the thing, it's in the yellow section right there. The whole thing, as well as you can find it on the website. Yes.
Dan St. County again, I'd like to add an additional point against the proposed amendment to strike no fault. I think this clearly is included in this language to evoke the response of thinking of the particularly obscene auto insurance laws here in Michigan, which are specific to our state or our party. Striking this, as we sort of had alluded to so far, could confuse this, lead people astray. It wouldn't be as clear to them what we're talking about. I think the inclusion of no fault solves all those problems. We're talking about auto insurance at this point.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to strike no fault? Yeah.
Luke Scabaris, capital area. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. I feel like the topic of specifically talking about no fault is kind of an old worn out hat at this point. And I think that we should just be outright against these types of insurance laws. And I think that this clarifies it, makes it less topical, more broad.
Is there any further discussion? All right. All in favor of the amendment to strike no fault, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. All right, that fails. Moving on to the main motion, the new plank would, or the amended plank would read, we oppose no fault laws that deprive the victim of the right to recover damages from those responsible for causing harm. In addition, we oppose all mandatory insurance laws. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes. All right. Last, we have proposal E, adding a new plank, new article 7.6. Reading, we oppose all government restrictions upon voluntary peaceful use of outer space, though this does not absolve launch providers or payload owners of damages they may cause to others. We condemn all international attempts to prevent or limit space exploration, industrialization, and colonization of moon, planets, asteroids, satellite orbits. Lagrange, liberation points is misspelled. Yes, okay. Lagrange liberation points or any other extraterrestrial resources. We repudiate the principles contained in the UN Moon Treaty. We support the privatization of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Oh. Oh God! I thought he was going to get naked for a second.
Available at store.podcast.scoop.com.
Leonard Schwartz, Oakland County. I'd like to speak against the motion. I've been a member of the party since 1980. I've been candidate in every election since 2000. I've also been the political director of the state party on and off for many years. I've always supported a big party. And I want to have, I don't want to have a platform that will discourage people from joining the party or discourage members from becoming candidates. And this proposal is controversial. I think that many people would be opposed to it, simply because, as someone who has studied international law, the treaties do to some extent reduce the risk of war. And since I'm very much against wars, this sort of these treaties that currently exist do help to reduce the risk of war. And so people who are small libertarians who might join but otherwise support my view that international treaties can reduce wars are good things. We should not add this to our state convention, state platform.
I have a motion to amend to correct the spelling of liberation.
Okay.
Take that amendmentally, or do we got to vote?
Well, we got to vote.
Yeah, all right.
All right, all in favor of correcting the spelling, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Wait, the liberation is not in there. It mentions libration points. Is that not correct? Scotty would, okay.
Did you get a
Mr.
degree?
Liberation, not liberation.
I thought it's libration.
Libations.
Someone have Google real quick. Make sure we know.
Ask Scotty is an astro. Scotty teaches astronomy.
Scotty, would you be able to speak to this? Whether we have is it the correct spelling, the correct word, or is it vibration or liberation?
Liberation.
All right.
Our drum says it is liberation.
It is liberation.
No, it's not.
Like, okay. call.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. While what my colleague from Oakland County said may have been accurate 20 years ago, when similar language was removed from the national platform, about us talking about free space may be alienating some potential members. It's 2021. And you know, Daddy Elon's gonna save us is a thing. There's a lot of folks who want Daddy Elon to save us. I want those folks in the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
I'm in favor, so if you want to find anybody against.
Is anybody against?
I can say I'm against him.
All right, well, let's move to a vote then. There's nobody who wants to speak against. Are you speaking against?
In a sense,
Okay.
yes.
All right, well, we can.
As James Bill Hall from West Michigan, as James Golder mentioned, this was in the national platform. And I really do think it's national, with the exception of the first sentence, because now there's talking about launch sites in Michigan. So what I would propose is to amend it to delete everything after that first sentence. And then I think we're talking about peaceful use of space, and we're also talking about, hey, if something goes wrong, then they shouldn't have government immunity for it. You ought to be able to sue.
Okay. All right, we have a second for that.
Is that everything?
Everything.
Period?
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion on the.
Mr. Hall, can you clarify? If you want to delete everything but the first clause and sentence, keep the whole first. Keep the whole first.
Keep the first sentence, every
Yeah, get rid of the rest. Okay. So is there any discussion on the motion to delete everything after may cause damage that may cause others? Hearing no discussion. All in favor of the amendment to strike everything but the first sentence of the proposal? Aye. All those opposed? Yay. All right, that passes. All right. Is there any discussion on now the main motion, which would be to add a new flag? We oppose all government restrictions upon voluntary peaceful use of outer space. This does not absolve launch providers or payload owners of damages they may cause to others.
I just wanted to speak for the main motion because, and I want to also address one of the objections. Because if space is being used for violent purposes, and we're talking about the peaceful uses, we're already addressing that in the language that we got the word peaceful in there, and second, about not doing damage to others. And so both those things really address the concern brought up regarding using it as a staging area for war.
All right. Does anyone would like to speak against? All right. Move on to a vote. All those in favor of the new proposed blank that would read, we oppose all government restrictions upon voluntary peaceful use of outer space, though this does not absolve launch providers or payload owners of damage they may cause to others. Please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. That passes. Right. Next, please report. 25 minutes ahead of schedule.
If anyone has any proposals they'd like to make from the floor before we move back to bylaws to finish up with the bylaws report, I'll give you 5 seconds to get to the mic. I hate James Weeks.
All right, there are 3 bylaw proposals left. We'll do and crank these out in the next 24 minutes and then break for lunch. We are on proposal 7. Page 7.
We need to get the, yeah, sure.
All right, proposal 7. All right, this would strike a clause from officers. It would strike the LDC requirement that the district reps reside in that district. This proposal could see.
Yeah, all this really does is just allow congressional districts to select who best fits them. If your congressional, who you think is the best representative for you lives in outside your district, say me, then it allows that. Thanks.
All right, so just as a point of information, this will take, if it's passed, it will take effect immediately. So if then tonight, after when you vote for district reps, this will come into effect. Dan.
Yes, Dan Zins again, Wayne County. I move to amend the motion to add to the end. So that will read to serve as the congressional district representative. Shall caucus to select one person residing in that district or one immediately adjoining to serve as a congressional district representative. That is my amendment. A second that I can explain.
Is there some moved and seconded? Hang on, I forgot a point of information. Did somebody? No, that one's.
I can write it down.
No, it's short. Done. Right, speak your motion.
Rationale being a district representative, presumably is meant to be someone who lives in or near that district, understands it, and has contact with fellow Libertarian Party members in that area. While I understand that it may be at times difficult to identify a willing volunteer within that district, I think we should stick to bringing someone from relatively nearby to serve as that representative, rather than, say, having someone represent Ironwood who resides in Detroit. Thank you.
Anyone like to speak against this amendment? Mr. White.
I'd like to speak against the amendment. State law allows representative from anywhere in the state. This just makes our laws square with state law. And there's only 2 people in my district and a couple in the next district. So you need to have that availability. If you get good candidates, you want to run, let them run. Okay.
Just to clarify, this is for the district rep position LEC, not the congressional. Mr. Fuller.
Yes, so clarifying that, yes, the applicable state law indicates that each representative on the party board with 2 male and 2 female candidates who reside in that, or members who reside. Our current thing is not in line with state law. This change does not make it any more or less in line with state law. Thank you.
Right, that's, thank you, Jim. That state law references primary qualified parties, so we are exempt from that as a.
Hopefully no one can.
Andrew.
Andrew Hall, West Michigan, request for information. So if this does pass, why would we need to caucus them?
Because the people living within that district will be the ones to pick the representative. And if they choose, they would be able to pick someone that doesn't live in the district. I would like to note that the LEC would not be able to replace that vacancy with someone outside of the district. That district would have that right and power.
Okay, thank you.
I have a request for information as well. County again. Is this a body which seeks to align as closely as possible its bylaws with state law? Or do we simply want to minimally comply so that they do not kick in our door and shoot our dog?
All right, is there any more discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Oh, this is the amendment, I'm sorry. This is the amendment. Can you, let me read. I can't see. All right, the amendment is, I'll read the whole thing. At each regular convention, following the selection of those offices of the executive committee elected at large, the delegates from each congressional district shall caucus to select one person residing in that district or one adjoining to that district to serve as a congressional district representative for that district. All right. The question is we call on that amendment. The zoning requires a majority. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. The motion fails. We're back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion of the main motion? We could call the question. Right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Right, all in favor. All in favor of adoption of proposal 7, JE02, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, proposal 8. So all district reps at LEC may be replaced at any convention by people residing in the district. This would add a sentence to officers, section 2, which would read, the congressional district representative may be replaced by a majority vote of congressional district caucus at any state convention. This was introduced by John, and I'll let him speak.
Yeah, my thinking on this was, I remember a couple years ago, I believe it was in Romulus that District 1 wanted to replace its LEC rep, but this body as a whole said no. And I just wanted to make sure that each district would always have that authority to replace the representative if they so chose at any convention, at a convention.
All right, is there any discussion of this proposal? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to call the question? All right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, we are now on main proposal 8. All in favor of adopting the main proposal, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. The last proposal is proposal 9. Okay. If this doesn't take 15 minutes, there's one more that's tied, and I said I'd bring it to the floor at this time. All right, proposal 9 is proposal me. This will specify requirement for the LEC to assign regional officers. A majority shall rule at meetings of the executive committee, except for resolutions which shall require a 2/3 vote of those present, or as otherwise required by these bylaws. I wrote this proposal because a few months ago in an LEC meeting, we were going to pass a proposal, and our bylaws didn't say if it required 2/3 or half. I chose half. the body backed me up, but I now think that was the wrong decision, so I drafted this proposal to overrule a decision I made a few months ago. Is there anyone that would like to discuss or speak against this proposal? All right, seeing none, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, main motion, proposal 9. All in favor of proposal 9, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. All right, we have one more proposal. This one was tied in committee, and I said I would bring it to the floor should there be time, and we have 14 minutes. So this is proposal 10, proposed by John. Notice of LAC meetings. The members of the executive committee shall meet at such times and places as they shall determine, giving party members 14 days notice, except in cases of emergencies, and shall govern all the affairs of the party. Mr. Ellis.
So yeah, even though Greg has done a wonderful job in giving us notice, I just wanted it in writing that the membership gets some time to be able to plan if they so choose to attend those meetings and make sure that any future committees remain at least somewhat transparent.
All right, any discussion of this proposal? Mr. Fulmer.
Mr. Chair, Joe Fuller, Armada, I'd like to propose an amendment to strike the except in case of emergencies.
All right, there's been a motion to
And
amend
I'll
this.
speak in favor of that.
Go ahead.
As much as libertarians hate government, the LEC is a governing body, and we all know governing bodies will call anything an emergency if they can, if they feel they can't do what they want to do otherwise. They give the authority to do so. Thank you.
Anyone like to speak against the amendment? Jane. Yes.
I'll speak against the amendment. Dan Zambo, Wayne County again. This amount of notice is going to be extremely difficult to come by in a lot of cases, especially for so-called emergencies, multiple of which came up with regards to this convention. So rendered meetings almost impossible. And 14 days notice for anything, frankly, will prevent us meeting to discuss anything topical or urgent. Overall, ridiculous. Thank you.
Brandon, do you want to speak on the amendment? This one's already on the floor, so. Yes, sir. What does your
Keeping the language, but adding except in case of emergencies, of which 24 hours notice shall be provided.
I think we should vote on the first one. Maybe in order not, I think it's easier to just do it. So okay, we're still on the amendment striking except in cases of emergency. If someone speak for or against, Jerry.
I think we should leave in case of emergencies in the days of Zoom meetings and so forth, where we already authorized the LEC to meet. It doesn't matter. You can call a meeting and everybody can attend at once. Don't worry about it.
All right, can we call a question on this amendment? All right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, this is a majority vote that would strike except in cases of emergencies from the main motion. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails. We're back to the main motion. Oh, yes, Brandon, would you like to follow up with your amendment, or is it? Go ahead.
I apologize, it's not in writing, but I would ask that now that except in case of emergencies is included, that we add to the end of that, at which case 24 hours notice, at least 24 hours notice shall be provided.
It's provided.
Just, if everyone's curious, we have a policy of this LEC that all meetings require 48. So did you want to 48? So this would basically put the bylaws was in practice. All right. We have, okay, so now let's vote on that. There's any discussion of giving 48 hours for emergencies? Yes. All right, is there any need to discuss this point? All right, all in favor of calling the question on the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, this requires a majority. All in favor of adding 48 hours as provided. 48 hours. Whatever it's highlighted or underlined there. All in favor of that amendment, this one requires a majority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails. All right, we're back to our main motion that is not been amended twice. The main motion has been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Yes, all opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. That was called the question. Now we're voting on the main proposal, which is yes. All in favor of adoption of proposal 10, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails. All right. It is 11:50. Move to recess until 1:30 p.m. Mr. White, hang on.
I have a short announcement. I have an extra ticket for dinner tonight, just for lunch. That's going to the first person who is a new state and national member today. And if I don't get any takers, just one national or state award. Hopefully we'll get somebody to join today, be a new national and state party member, get a free ticket to dinner tonight.
Is Andrew here? Does he have any announcements regarding lunch? Okay, the lunch will be in this adjacent room. So we are recessed until 1:30 p.m.
When will the newsletter committee get to make a report, make a comment?
I will make time available during either voting or shortly after voting. I have time specifically for additional.
Thank you.
What? I don't remember. I don't. I'm not remember. You only done three. The district representative mentioned residing in the district failed and
it is what it is.
Maybe we can turn the phone off.
Do you know if the let's see in person?
Sorry, I was so busy last time on the phone. There's just so much happening. I didn't realize that things went the way with the committee they did. I thought that they would have let you know well in advance.
I'm just proceeding from where we are, which is the only thing I can do. So my question is, are we going to have a projector and screen available where the banquet will be? And do you know where the banquet will be?
All the meals will be in that position.
Is there anything like this in there right now?
No, nothing in there. I don't know if there is any because it was just meals. We can probably do something on the phone. We can probably arrange something. If Agnes will participate. We can probably just do a Zoom. And she can address us, but I don't know what the setup there. So Andrew might have a better idea if they've got what their EV is like.
Yeah, because if there's even if someone brought one, I don't know if anyone did. If a presenter brought one.
Yeah,
Andrew.
Check with Andrew.
Andrew. Okay.
The guy who was up there. No, yeah. So I took the opportunity. Yeah, I saw you do it. Yeah. Yeah, you have to. You can't get used to these things. Yeah. Like every. Yeah. A lot of. The actually, a couple, the board at the time actually suspended it. We kind of thought to get it reinstated. So absolutely, once you get the number again, sure. But he's a good actor. Good to have a little humor. I was walking through this one with that. Do you guys need a like stand over there? Or you guys just going in? We have a speaker, but I think he just has a camera. I've got it set up over there. It's the very beginning. You guys are in here and it's 1:30 or so. And I will try to we got to do things quickly. Right, yeah. All right, sounds good.
Mr. Coleman is there. So I'm getting my list on. I don't need to donate.
Only 14 districts in Michigan, right? Correct. We'll give you 10 to I'll go away.
putting effort for our elections. We're going to take state level and fast people are taking up this. So I just want
All right, I think things are going well. The second half was a little easier.
honestly, this started this one.
Okay.
You know,
It's been a fun being back here.
I've always enjoyed watching it and seeing it. Now I literally got focus. And that makes it more fun.
All right,
I do appreciate you asking me to do this.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is actually, I'd be bored about 20 minutes into it. I wasn't doing this. If my nephew would have joined me, I would have said. Or at least here.
I'm gonna play with you and then I think everything will be safe.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, we're going to be close by.
Oh, it's all done now. We're like crazy.
So then our mayor came in and said, well, in that case, you have to start. So, of course, one guy, even the tone, they have a way to have it both ways.
judge just gave it away now to avoid having to make it allowed at all. The problem is
All right, they're probably good though. So, and all I know is I got some all these things. This is what yeah, there's no garbage in there.
still want the whole table food to come out at the same time.
Yes. If like one person's dawdling and everybody else is ready, bring the whole table.
plans for Columbia.
Nope, that's a medium. It's got a small and a medium, yep.
happening for you? Yeah. Good, actually. All right. Actually, I'm over to you guys. Oh, really? That would be kind of true. Like your. Yeah. When you get yours to the, I think, somewhere. I just want to be one where that looks really damn cool. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got plenty of young stuff. One of the best. Young people. Yeah. And I mean, my brother kept red. I was living down there for a couple of years. I'm from the country, right? Right. I was about 23, 20. Come on, you need to put people. I said, look, really think a needle polish? I said, I'll take where I work. You get kicked by the rest don't know they have, you know. So I asked them, well, what do you think? I mean, a deal counts. It's a deal so hard. I can swing it off. They can come in on it. But, gotta be. So I ended up with this one. I got like 7 or 8 of them. He goes, I never had you play ball. Worried about it. That didn't hurt. I didn't know he, my brother and I were standing on the counter right there. He's here and I'm here and I'm really like this. Half hour ago, I said, I wonder what the hell he's gonna say. Where's the look? Too much of the outline done. I didn't know it. Oh my gosh. He goes, there's the whole conversation long out here, but you might feel like buttons. You have a good one, sir. You too. Yeah. For some reason, I thought you guys would say all that later. I completely forgot about this. All right. Oh, great. I don't know if you guys know crazy, but I don't know how you get that. You can work here. Over the years, yeah. Back.
I'm not in this thing. Dude, I'd rather be.
There's a cart, you'll see it with a bunch of cans and cups and plates. Oh, okay. That was says Greg, but the drink stations reflect refreshment. And I know that she asked that we go over here, but that was just me, so. Spirit clear. Yeah, what's going on? So.
Got one over there. Got one over there. This is the.
Just check. There. He's here. All right.
Vice President, fight vote.
The second largest honor of my life was when you and delegates from all my training gave me the honor of being vice president of the each spreading the message of liberty and my libertarian solution to this problem we were facing. Really?
Are you full Libertarian?
And then, line up.
Everybody good? Oh, no. Nobody good.
Now,
obviously, there's been why you propose Yes, they do. Their sole reason for existing is to kill people for breaking laws. Laws that are immoral.
This is more fun.
I don't know, you got? Well, you know, all cops are bastards, especially the ones that
more than likely you're going to agree on about those things. We don't have
I haven't met one that helped me yet.
right?
That's
right. This is a proof of allies. That is that we are all that.
Usually, I'll stop.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, to be fair, like, I not learned, it's not the cops, but I did learn there are a small number of police officers who actually. You're correct, you're all bad, about one bad. The thing is that they uphold on job. It's not that like zero bastards in the motion. Well, most of them, well, even though police officers are known not to bias. So the large majority, and then the rest of it is just plastic.
Things can be done with it.
But your job is
but it is just.
that's really
Also, local TV work by.
For a 50-year-old woman.
That's what his job is.
It's enforced by them.
When you're doing, involved, you're important, you're going to because you gotta be able to push it. That's why I ran. I ran into 4 guys, I tried to run. I was always hearing about Chelsea. Because 29.
That's crazy too.
And society that's built on, got no value, right?
The guy that just killed, he was in, or he was a witness to a shooting. He killed the gunman. And then the cops killed him.
I'm not against the police. The police have by this theory more violence. So there's a community, yeah, often. Okay, you figured something about that. What about the parks? That was bad. You got to force. Well, it was.
It's more like
yeah, we're like.
This is double the value. That's what they said about
But they're being followed every day. That's why you got to go to companies. That's why it's like all the block. I mean, if you don't see LPM, but it's not all, or at least that I mean, well, this has been. But it did pass. We didn't quite get into the black hole, not this year. We were actually closer. You should wait until after the black hole is done. I think it was very nice. I'm sure they realize.
lot of stuff that I actually agree with. I don't think we're now. Agree with it.
That's true. You look at how many and then they feel like they have all
The first one is up to them right now, the only company who's having.
They say they're not all that. Say it's one.
But Wallace. Look at stuff and go over it.
Rest of them don't act.
That's our problem.
Well, what about the guy who killed the,
Okay, so we are bidding for one that with
I was about the other one that they had on right now, but they cut it out. The guy killed, Robert had to beat the shit up.
So we started bidding
out. He cut the guy was out in the mouth.
We're starting to bid $8,000. 25. Do I have next time?
Because he didn't really know the context.
All right. So that's 200. There are currently 3 more bids left. We still haven't kicked off and started. 250. Right? Good. All right.
That's how you get them.
Yes. I have to say that.
Are you guys communicating?
Yeah, that's my first place for me.
So right now,
They don't want to take these.
right now, you have a school quiz. 7. You have 7 minutes.
Where are you guys from? Down by Detroit?
Yeah.
How
I'm gonna be great right now. Very nice. I don't know how to do this.
that is 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough drive.
$30. You have to bid $30.
They have plans to build a new jail. And the new jail I would rather my tax dollars be spent.
I think they're able to fire away from this.
That's what was my here.
101.
That's probably good. Yeah.
What's that? 126. I am so bad. We have anyone else that wants, what's that? 150.
What is America? We have 2 bids for 151. Average bid. We have 151 and 152. This is the most. Would anyone like to bid for the new record? The lowest right now is 150. And the highest is 275, correct? Yes. So your strategy of alternative use price is on the bottom much higher. So we have 150 as the lowest. 275. Do I have some?
Knock them all down. Yeah.
Who wants to pay 250 to keep on the 150? On the 150 people at the table. Get at the table for less than the highest bid. So you're actually bidding. We need 3 people to bid 250 for less. Now, 1, we need 2 people to bid 250 and I'm just down. We got a 250? We have 250. I'm looking at this from the role of Michigan, and I know that 2 of you woke up today and did 2 things. 1, you're proud state of Michigan. Number 2, with my wife.
Yeah.
This is how I. We're good. Great job, everyone. So.
Yeah, I've been playing since '91. I go, yeah, look at the price of these now. I remember buying it as a hooter.
ROI. That's our work like.
Yeah,
That wasn't so bad. I kept so one. No one minute guy.
Yeah, that was 6 of the bigger boxes. Hard, don't want brand new.
last week, I was in Kingston, 2 days, taking the engine mud in my car. All my stuff in the house.
I don't know, you got the agenda. I have to leave behind. Limited.
You guys do a good.
I've never done this.
You can't go to Google Docs, so you can have a Red Dragon 8 headset.
I use that for work.
What?
I specifically bought that.
They let you buy your own hardware for it?
They both purchased for me.
Really?
I got a contract.
What's that?
They're specifically talking about my.
Okay. What kind did you get?
I got Red Dragon 6510. About solely because it had 5 stars at Micro Center and it was the least expensive case that had that. It was USB connection, 3.5 millimeter jack, and the old fashioned separate jack.
Yeah. They're pretty good. They still make it.
I actually ended up using the one built in my webcam instead.
So you can go to Google, you can go to.
Yeah, I can go to Google. Those good sheets. Right. Yeah, those Google sheets come on the, yeah, when I try to get to platform. I was like, oh, I can just go down. I need fire. And I was like, I'm not trying to explore it. I just feel open. Yeah, for some reason. Well,
It's like, I just had to get it.
Yeah, I don't know the exact loss. If there's, but
presidential primary last year, and our control voted no. So, none of these things like that. I don't look at my freaking. And if they. So any internal. You can't just put a helicopter, right? Somebody. Like if you only need two fragments, it's a kid, that's what I'm saying. So they responded because they have. Yeah. Website. I got an email from the sheriff the same day. That's the one saying that they. Wrap it up over there, just 3 minutes. Sorry. So, yeah. I thought this was really interesting, and I didn't know exactly how to handle this part, but I think I did the right thing. Basically, there's one working. County Sheriff's Office will not be able to provide the majority of your requests. So, this I'm not interested. Mind if I just close this request then? We're not going to be able to get these things. No. Later, after I ask for an extension. Rejected. Basically, because this was yeah.
Not really. One guy,
That's why I asked you. That means it'll be. Okay. That means it'll be perfect. That process. I thought you were gonna sit up there and post. No. I mean, like, it look like when you see the actual.
The highest rate of LED.
My mom's gonna. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Right about 48 seconds behind yourself. Oh, I was about to be serious.
That's okay.
You know, please do.
We'll make it up later.
Planning immunity. We're gonna elect the chair pro tem. Current LED stays for 2 years. You got a chair. We didn't make it. We stopped at 10. And we stopped back.
We're not going to be using screen on this. No, I appreciate it. Oh, the lights changes. Yeah, it's these lights change.
What's that? I don't like how the lights are right now. That means it's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of dark.
You got it.
So,
yeah, that's a lot better. Thanks.
All right, it is 1:33. I will give everyone a few more minutes. We will meet. I know, but there are more people here. We'll at 1:40, we will reconvene. So everybody do your last few things.
What? Oh, yeah, it's probably a good idea.
I turned that off just because I didn't want it to run, so I didn't need to turn it back on.
And I'm on the screen here. So my comment. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, that's out of.
All right, it is 1:40. I'm calling the convention back to order. We do have some time for announcements before we go for officer elections. All right, everyone in the room can take their seats. We can Someone has a gavel? Where? In your car, that's not a good place, right? Oh, yeah. Robert's rules of order. Plain English version smaller, not as good. All right, I want to take this time before officer elections to recognize a few people in the party that, as chair, I wanted to recognize. Later tonight, the party will give some awards at Liberty. That's from the state party. I wanted to recognize a few people that I felt have really helped me as state party chair over the last 2 years and 2 months. So as you know, I am quite an avid coin collector. And so I'm going to recognize some people today and present them with a piece of silver in a segment I like to call Precious Metals for Precious Libertarians. The first, Mr. Hall, don't sit down yet. The first person I'm going to recognize for being a precious libertarian is Mr. Bill Hall. And I'm getting into this because he sold our ballot, or as I told you earlier, there was fifth on the ballot when the proof came up. I'm sure it was third. And thanks to Mr. Hall's legal connections and his knowledge of election law, we're able to get the ballot corrected in time without litigation. And that was probably one of our better victories, I think, this year. So, Mr. Hall. Jeff Patel. He starts to check people in, and I will need the credentials report. So someone could let Jeff know. Is Andrew Chatterton in the room? All right. Is Connor in the room? Connor, come up here. As you no doubt read my chair report and Connor's social media report, because you're all the delegates, you learned about the successes of our social media team and how they have boosted our awareness, likes, and outreach beyond anything that I could have expected. So, Connor, you did an amazing job as social media director, and you are a precious libertarian. All right, the other people are not present in the room. We'll wait a few minutes for them. This is, we have announcements right now. Okay, here's Andrew. So I will recognize Andrew for 2 reasons. One, because he has any convention announcements, but Andrew is also a precious libertarian. I first knew of Andrew because there was an article by Charlie LaDuff in a local newspaper. As you know, Charlie LaDuff can be a little bit of a sensationalist journalism. And this was Andrew's first libertarian function. It was a meeting that was snowed out in Wayne County, and he was interviewed by the media. He wasn't even really involved. And He had a very good interview. Someone that wasn't even involved in the party at the time. He got more involved. He really he helped me with the online convention. He was responsible for a lot of that. At our last convention and this convention. This is one of the biggest conventions we've had in a long time. Every time I have asked Andrew to do something, he has done an amazing job at it. So Andrew, you are officially the
Yes. I will listen to him. Thank you very much. Oh. While we're doing that, yeah, let's get that going. Yep. Oh, so. Oh, no, we're not at that point. Yeah. Maybe just, you can put the that camera. Is it logged into the Zoom? Yes, I just turned it off rather than, so, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah.
All right, is Jeff the Soaring needed credentials? Is Larry or Norm available? Oh. You put the credentials. Oh. Okay. All right, well. Would anyone, are there any announcements that anyone would like to make at this point? All right, Mr. Hubler.
We have a booth in the Anniversary every about a year, but last year we didn't have it because of the virus. But so this summer, last Thursday and Friday, Saturday, big guys. I'll have a booth there around the Liberty State. So if you're interested, just go home. Okay, thanks. We can use out.
Good, I'm glad the fair's gone this year. It was canceled last year.
That's supposed to like.
Oh, I saw Justin. Ah, big gavel, excellent. All right, I'm going to introduce a motion. Would you rather me use the Robert's Rules of Order or the gavel? Here's Robert's Rules of Order. Here's the gavel. All in favor of Robert's Rules of Order, say aye. Aye. All in favor of the gavel, say aye. I am not upset about smashing the Robert's Rules of Order. It is out of date. I'm sorry. So, all right. Mr. Patel is here. I'm going to recognize him for two things. The first is to give him this piece of silver. Jeff is also one of the best officers I've worked with. He took on the membership role, which is not something a lot of people want to do because it's very labor intensive and technical and you have to work with databases. Jeff took control of that and is on top of things more than any one of the better officers we have. I am so happy that Jeff is not only credentials chair, but membership chair, and he's done an outstanding job. So Jeff Patel, you are a precious.
this is precious metals for precious. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I'm very happy to serve this body. I'm very happy to be a volunteer. I'm very happy to work with everyone here. As far as credentials at present, we have 100 voting delegates.
Are there changes to the credentials? Do you have any delegates? All right, seeing no changes, all in favor of approving the credentials report with 100 delegates, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. The next order of business on our agenda are the election of officers. Today we are electing a chair, the first vice chair, which is the influence director, the second vice chair, which is the political director, a secretary, a treasurer, then we'll break into congressional districts, and then we will elect to elect your district rep, and then we will elect three, we'll reconvene and elect three at large. So, at this time, are there any nominations for chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan? I see a hand up. Mr. Hutler.
Speak into the mic a little bit more.
That better? Okay. And I'm one of the founders of the National Party, State Party, the Washington County Party. Oh, I'm a retired virologist from U of M, St. John, Chelsea Hospitals. No, U of M, St. John Hospital. I won Student Government Council at the University of Michigan, notoriously with a new campaign poster. We were.
This is a nomination speech or an announcement?
Yeah, I'm just
okay.
Okay. Oh, Tim Yo, and I met Tim. I forgot. So, one of the Libertarians. He started as vice chair of the party. So he's committed to the future state organization. He owns a restaurant and lifetime member of the state. And he said he's not going anywhere. So I put it in the nomination.
I just realized I violated the convention rules. We were supposed to allow 5 minutes after the candidates are nominated. So I know that. No, that was my bad. But it's okay. All right, Mr. Yao, do you accept the nomination? Okay, I will do speeches after nominations are. Do we have any other nominations for Libertarian Party of Michigan chair?
Like honored to obviously a delegate from Fulton County.
All right, okay. Yeah, a lot of practice. I can't say all this. Are there any other nominations for chairman or woman or person of the Libertarian Party of Michigan?
Nomination.
All right, nominated, seconded. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, we will proceed. The convention rules allow 5 minutes per candidate to use as they see fit. So we will give 5 minutes to Tim, 5 minutes to Connor, and then if anyone wants to speak for none of the above, they will also be recognized. All right, go ahead, Mr. Young.
All right, everybody. I just want to, I'm not going to take the full 5 minutes. I think most of you know me and know that I love this party. And I feel that the timing is crucial for me to, I've been serving on the board for this will be the 3rd term if I'm elected. I believe that this timing is crucial. I want to strengthen us and 6 areas that don't involve the role of the first vice chair and the role of the second vice chair, which would be affiliates and campaigns, candidates, political. And so I'm just real quick, I want to really focus some attention on the legislative committee and where it's going. I believe that we need to all be an extension of the legislative committee moving forward and haunt our legislators. And I've got a video channel where I explain that in more detail. I encourage you to go hunt that down. It's just make my name on YouTube. Also, I feel like we need to be doing things that make the press chase us. But if they don't, we need to find a way to get them to listen to us. More press. Recruitment needs to be key. Since I decided to run for chair, I've been reaching out to people who were once involved in the party and are no longer involved in the party. And in most cases, it was because they felt like they were mistreated by our members, which is sad. And I really want to see that change. And many of them, when they found out I was running for chair, they either rejoined immediately or said, well, once you win, I'll rejoin. And so I'm seeing a lot of them willing to come back and give us a second chance. And I hope that we don't disappoint them. Also, working to identify and establish a donor base, but that donor base has to believe that we're a worthy cause. And so we've got to change how we do things so that they know that their money isn't just going to be wasted. And then in addition to that, encourage each and every one of you to become, to find ways to do extraordinary voluntary action to make a difference in your communities. And we're going to be talking a lot about that in my term, assuming that you elect me. And then one last thing, I believe that we really need to be, very public about calling out our elected officials when they overreach, when they overstep their bounds, and make sure that they understand we see it. And we're going to hold you, we're going to talk about it, we're going to hold you accountable. And I would like to eventually have enough resources that we can take them to court if necessary and call and make them answer for their overreach. That's my 6 areas where I believe we need to fortify. And so I look forward to this vote happening. I appreciate those of you that are willing to support me and put the future in my hands, but more importantly in our hands, because this isn't about me, it's about me making sure that you guys are equipped to do what you need to do so that we can actually make a difference and that we can startle Lansing with our voices. Thank you very much.
Order.
Hello, everyone. For the last few months in the run up to this convention, I've had absolutely no intention of jumping into this race and taking this spot. But within the last couple of weeks, and it was been alluded to several times here today by several of our members, is we've had some chaos break out in the party over some events that have happened in New Hampshire. And I think contrary to what some people have said about it, is we've seen a naked abuse of valid dues-paying members by their own chair, someone who they elected to represent them and to enact their vision for the party. And they just totally disregarded their wishes. And I never want to see anything like that happen here in Michigan. Every single one of us here needs to be represented. Single one of us has a voice in how the party should be ran and executed. And what happened in New Hampshire was frankly a naked abuse of authority, of bylaws, of procedure, and of just straight common decency. So I'm running on this one issue. And I will rescind my nomination right now. If Mr. Yao will share this commitment with me, that we will welcome everyone into this organization, that our bylaws and our processes will be respected, and that we will all work together going forward. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to Connor's?
I wasn't prepared to, but I will. Because if he rescinds, if you speak.
I agree wholeheartedly that we have to take this, examine their example, examine what happened there, and make sure that we do what we have to do to work together and move forward in a way that will make sure that our state never runs into the same problems. So yes, I'm with you 100% on that.
Welcoming everyone to food base. No.
No. Connor, do you?
I rescind my nomination.
All right. Thank you, Connor. There are now just two candidates, Tim Yao and Natalie Leon. Is there a motion to elect the chair by acclamation? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I stepped out of order. Would anyone like to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of Natalie Leon?
Hi, me again. I like Tim. He's been a pretty good guy the last few years. I'm not sure what happened, but that really seems shady as fuck. So, none of the above.
All right, thank you, Jim. Do you have a point of information or order? All right. We have two nominees. Is there a motion to vote for chair by acclamation?
I object, we should do a secret ballot. Second.
Okay. Motion, that's moved and seconded to vote by acclamation. All in favor of voting for?
If one person objects, we have to go by secret ballot in election.
All right, we will conduct a vote. I would like some tellers to help distribute the ballots, please.
All right, make sure they only go to actual delegates.
Yes.
There should be 120, but I can't. All right.
Can I get a couple of volunteers to count the ballots? Okay, okay, great.
And we'll count the ballots over here in a public area so everyone can observe the voting. Right. They're supposed to be. Hey, Dan Zamba, Daniel.
I have a box.
Where the ballots go?
Yes. So the candidates are chipping out and out there. Yes.
So it's being picked up by the state. So maybe go one more over just to avoid changes. You couldn't get the input to it.
And I'm a counter now.
There's a couple boxes. Dan has a box and Claire Jill has a counter. Yes, the two people at boxes, Dan and Claire, raise your hand. There are two people with ballot boxes. While we are counting ballots, I will open up the floor to any other officer reports or any affiliate office chairs, affiliate chairs that would like to be affiliated.
Hey, kid, you can still run, man. The door's open. I said you can still run. The door's open. Where do I get a ballot at?
They're walking around.
Mr. Chair.
These are all.
Right, did someone-
I didn't even get a ballot. I guess I was.
Back there trying to figure out where to get blanks.
Can you distribute them back to
I
the
can.
line?
Oh, so all of them?
That's what they're right.
Got it. I understand.
I'll
the
take
logic.
There's no, unfortunately, there's no way to know if anyone.
Hey, Greg. I still get a ballot. Hey, Greg.
The person who is holding extra blank ballots, if anyone has extra blank ballots, please identify yourself. We have a few delegates now receive a blank ballot.
Hey, Greg.
Yes.
Have your delegates bring their ballots up and don't collect them like out on the floor. Have them come up, verify that they're a delegate, and they get their ballot.
There's a lady with a box.
Put the ballot box.
Clara?
I mean, it's not gonna really matter much to share, but it's gonna be more than one, you know?
As soon as I handle this, I realized. It's none of the others.
Right. I mean, if you
Yeah, I'll set.
it's just a great announcement. Yeah.
All right, good time, I guess.
All right, well, we're coming, I got a little announcement here. You see these things? These are flyers. These are, this is propaganda. We got a bunch of it out there on the table. Out there. Door hangers for candidates. Some of these have old addresses though, but there's space on the bottom where you can put your own sticker with your local affiliate. So any of your affiliates don't have brochures or propaganda or whatever you want to call it. It's out on the front table free from the capital area Libertarian Party. We got lots extra.
Are there any delegates that have not voted for charity?
Anybody have a ballot?
Ballot.
maybe. I can put them up here by, right. All right.
You guys got enough public comment?
Good.
Normally, we don't nominate people for the next office, because someone loses the purpose. Are there any affiliate chairs that would like to address the convention for a few minutes to tell us what's going on in your area? We will, yeah, so I think we'll wait to nominate, no, we'll nominate vice chair after the chair's been announced. Just in case Noda wins, team may want to run for vice chair.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Scaveris. I'm the chairman of the Capital Area Libertarian Party. I just want to tell you guys a little bit about how awesome our community is and how quickly we're growing and the things that we're doing in our community to make it better. And I want this to be not exactly the same, but I want this type of atmosphere that we have at our monthly business meetings. I want this alive in every single affiliate in this state. I want affiliate leaders, I want chairs, and I want other people that are interested in organizing across the state. Our affiliates need to be communicating with each other more. We need to be talking and planning our events together and not isolated. And I am so excited to have a group behind me that can set these events up, that we can bring other groups into Lansing, the heart of Michigan, and let's just make some noise. Thank you.
The other affiliate chairs.
Hi, it's Mike Saliba. I'm the chair of the Macomb County affiliate. And I just sort of want to touch on the fact that we've had a really hard, bad, fucked up, stupid year and a half. There was a time where the Macomb affiliate was the fastest growing affiliate in the state. Now we're really struggling to keep people coming. Our restaurants keep getting closed. They keep closing early. COVID this, COVID that. I don't want to come out. We even had a I'm already against the next lockdown bowling party. I put in the tent because I had COVID. But all that being said, I think some of the lessons that we've learned from the last year is that also the messaging against what we just went through has been resonating most with people who become new members of the party. And while we were struggling to keep the existing members coming to meetings and knowing that they were even going to be able to happen because of lockdown here, lockdown there, oh no, wait, now you can open a bar, well, no, you can open that bar. It's time to message that. It's time to let everybody know that we're back open, we're back ready for business. And if you don't want to have this stuff happen again, it's time to link up with us, because the Democrats let it happen and then the Republicans did nothing about it. That's where we can stand out right now. We're all here now in person and we're ready to do the damn thing. So we went from the fastest growing affiliate to probably one of the smallest affiliates. In between, we were the affiliate with the most hate mail, and I think we're still the affiliate that consumes the most raw meat. But I think now's the time, now that things are getting a little bit easier on us, is do the reach out, get on the mailing list that Jeff was talking about, the contact information, find those people whose dues have lapsed, find the people who only join national, last presidential election, when everybody joins national. Get out to them. We're sending postcards. Do phone calls if you have to, more than just an email, more than just a Facebook post. Let them know that we're ready and we're back at work.
Any other thoughts? James Weeks from Livingston.
And James Weeks, Chair of Libertarian Party, for the last 7 years now. I just want to say that bigots, racists, transphobes, homophobes are not welcome to the Libertarian Party.
Any other officer reports or affiliate shares? It's not even- Yes. Oh, Ryan Roberts from the Upper Peninsula.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan. I'm the chair of the Upper Peninsula Libertarian Party. I just joined this party last year, and I just want to let you all know we have about 7 active members in the party right now. I'm actively involved in the CRM, and I'm contacting people every day, and we keep getting new members all the time. The whole point, I'm covering 15 counties, so it's a lot of work. Very rural area. It's hard to get into contact with people, and it's hard to get people organized, but we've been doing that via electronic meetings. We plan on organizing at 3 events this year, local county fairs, and we're trying to do some outreach to get more people involved. We also have some people that are potentially running for office up there, and I'm just ready to bring the voices of the UP to the Michigan Libertarian Party. And if you guys are all for secession, the UP wants secession from Michigan.
I was just distracted from, I don't know if Ryan recognized. Ryan brought up a member of the party from Rotary County, who I believe had the longest commute from anyone that didn't come from out of state. And I don't remember the delegate's name, I apologize. But, yeah, gentleman with the longest commute, stand up. You can- All right. Results of the race for LPM chair. The next chairman of the Libertarian Party of Michigan is Tim Young. Of 19, Connor won and Ron Michael. Congratulations. Tim. There were 94 ballots cast. I would like to thank our tellers from out of state, like Steve Sheets from Jennifer Ward from Pennsylvania, and Kara Schultz from Minnesota. It would be Ms. Carol will be tomorrow. All right, we will now move on to first. All right, we will now open up nominations for the first vice chair position, which is also the affiliates here. So we'll do nominations and then submissions. Are there any nominations for first vice chair?
Just as I did when he ran first time, and I was actually the one stepping away from that seat, I would like to nominate Ben Bourne, because I believe he's done an excellent job, and I would like to see him reelected to this position.
Thank you. Ben, do you accept? Are there any other nominations for the first vice chair of the Libertarian Party? All right, I see. Move to close nominations. And all in favor of closing nominations, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, Mr. Bourne, you have 5 minutes.
This is what I was saying to myself earlier. I was like, yeah, I don't want to speak twice. This is the brimstone of fire, and this is, what I'm the best at. I am not a micro type person. I'm really good at seeing the potential in other people and empowering other people. And I see a room full of amazing people, and like half of you are new people. This is incredible. Like what we've accomplished here. Thank you, Andrew, and everyone on the convention committee, and everyone who had faith that voted for this. Thank you. I also want to address something else. I also agree, and I want to echo what James said. I do not think this is a place for supremacists. I don't think if you have any hate in your heart that you're in the right place. And as far as everything else, cool. Gosh, thanks. The next part of this is going to be very difficult. We have an interesting 2 years ahead of us. I don't know why, but I feel like we're coming to a boiling point in this country. We've seen where we're at. We've seen where we're going. For me, it's about working Big Tent style. There's a million different ideologies in this room. Everyone is still finding themselves, and we're trying to work together. Cohesion is the most important thing. I want to say that I could care less about nationals. I don't care at all what they're doing. You people in this room, that's my family. The rest of it can go away. I don't care. So if you have a caucus affiliation or anything like that, I hope you check that at the door, because we're here to do state work. We're here to do local work, and that's it. We're here for the state. I bleed liberty. That's it. So, we have 3 more areas to get affiliated, and then after that, we'll start branching off and making it more liberal. I do think in the next few years that is it's a attainable goal. I had to write my own playbook these last 2 years. I had 0 experience. It was my second convention that I went to, and I became the vice chair. So I've learned a lot. I've gotten to work with a lot of good people. I know what it takes to create an affiliate. I've created that as well. And like I said, I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I think as many of you know, if you get a hold of me, we'll be able to make it happen. Like I'm always willing to talk to any of you. Just try not to text me or email me. I'm not going to deal with that. But if you call me, I'll talk to you. So I'm not the greatest at reports. Robert's rules, not my thing. But I love all of you, and like I said, I'm here for it. So what comes next, it's up to you guys. I hope every single person in this room gets involved at the local level. Let's all work together. It does not matter. Like none of this crap matters. Like we have to work together and make sure that we come out of this unified. We can set the stage for the rest of the country right now and come together and make sure that we are a success over the next 2 years. So thank you.
Does anyone want to speak on behalf of the above? No. All right, seeing none.
I move to vote for Ben Moore for first vice chair by acclamation.
Motion to vote by acclamation. It's been seconded. All in favor of voting for first vice chair by acclamation, say aye. Aye. I'm sorry. Are there any objections to voting by acclamation? I do not hear any objections. All in favor of voting by acclamation, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. Now the actual election between Ben Bourne and none of the above. All in favor of Ben Bourne for first vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, say aye. Aye. All in favor of none of the above for first vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, say aye. Ben Bourne, congratulations. All right, we will now open nominations for the second vice chair, which is the political organization. Are there any nominations for second vice chair?
Sure, okay. Wayne County, I am nominating Andrew Chera for second vice chair.
Andrew, do you accept? I know he does. You accept? All right. Either, so we'll do speeches Patrick, not speak to that. Are there any other nominations for second vice chair? All right, I see no other nominations. Is there a motion to close nominations for second vice chair? All right, all in favor of closing nominations for second vice chair, say aye. Aye. All right, Mr. Jennerton, you have 5 minutes to address the crowd.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate the nomination very much. Been a little bit of a hectic day, so I haven't had a really great opportunity to prepare things, but I look forward to hopefully representing the party as the second vice chair for the political director position. My goals for that position would be to help recruit and identify candidates for races for the party nominations and try to ideally find people to focus on local winnable races and help all of our candidates to identify those races and help facilitate their work to make that as easy and smooth of a process as possible. Generally, I think that's the main of it. I got a lot of stuff going on today, so I will cut it short, but happy to answer any questions for anybody that has any questions for me, and I will leave it at that, I believe.
Questions?
Yes. Well, you have 5 minutes, do whatever you want, yourself in 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, how many times did you stay up past midnight on convention?
All of the time.
I'd like to be in favor of Noda because that dude in the whole Macy's caucus sucks. Fuck that.
So do you, Jeff? So do you.
All
right. Get out. Couldn't hear you, Fred.
No more personal attacks. That was fun. No. All right. We have 2 nominees. We've had speeches for them already. Is there any objection to voting for second vice chair by acclamation? All right. We will proceed to a vote. We will conduct this one slightly differently. Let me consult with the tellers as to the best way.
I already forgot what you told me. Okay, so we can distribute that.
Yes.
We make sure they have the.
All right, we will distribute the ballots as before, but when you are done voting, please come up here and cast the ballot into the boxes. This will be round 2. This is on orange.
Tell everybody to stay.
Yes, everyone please stay seated for the time being so the tellers know who's.
You want this?
In here.
Oh, this would be better in here.
Okay. Unbox.
Just thought I'd ask.
Pardon, sir? Whose ballot did you drop off for? You? Okay, thank you. Whoa. Whose ballot did you drop off for? Okay, Matt, have him stand up and wave so I can make sure.
Jamie,
Here's some blank ones, extra ones. Thank you. And this is for Andrew and Nada.
Thank you.
If you have another ballot, the other ballot for.
The other two people at my table.
Okay, have them stand up and wave to me so I see both people. I just need to get a badge.
oh, like that.
And you, okay, thank you.
Maybe once they're done.
Thank you.
I'm just checking that.
Blank ballots.
Did every delegate?
Sure.
Right.
I'm just checking on my.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lawrence Johnson, chair of the Huron Raisin affiliate. We cover Washtenaw, Lenawee, and Monroe counties. And the main thing we have to report that we're doing right now is we are once again in our long-standing art fair booth. The art fair was canceled, and then they reinstated it with a short 3-day schedule. So some of you who have traditionally volunteered, we have positions we're looking to fill for someone to come out and staff the booth, especially if you're in the Southeast Michigan area and it wouldn't be too much of a drive. We have 3-hour slots. And if you want to come down and pass out literature and promote various things, including ranked choice voting, which we may be handing out literature for, it will be downtown Ann Arbor on the July 15th, 16th, and 17th. Thank you.
All right, while the ballots are being counted, I have one other member of the party I want to recognize with a precious medal. Scotty Bowman, please come up here. I have been working with Scotty for over 20 years. Started with being his campaign manager in 2002 when he ran for State Board of Education. We tried to become a major party that year. I've worked with Scotty on multiple campaigns, including running for governor in 2006. And currently Scotty is the editor of the State Party News. That's something that him and I are very passionate about because we're both really into the party's history and communication with the party. And Scotty has taken on the role of newsletter for a number of years, and he's done a fantastic job with it. Scotty is one of the hardest workers in this party, and it's an honor to call Scotty my friend. Scotty, you are a precious worker. No.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other announcements? While they count
the delegates.
All right, well, we'll be at ease for just a few minutes. And then we'll move on to second.
Do it. Well, would you like to be sharing for the affiliates?
Sure.
All right, Mr. White has the floor.
All right, I got a couple of announcements. First, I want to remind you, I got a ticket to the dinner tonight. It goes to the first person that joins the state and or national party today as the first time member. If you only join one, if you join both, you got it. If you only join one, then you might not get it. But talk to me if you join either one, whoever joins the most. Join 3-8 and join the Indiana Libertarian Party. We have members. Anyway, now we have a little contest. We want to see how many different people from each affiliate are here. I know we got a lot from the capital area, Libertarian Party. Let's stand up, capital area. I think we stand up, everybody. Let's see how many we got from the capital area. Yeah, there should be 11. Stand up, everybody. This is the affiliate contest. All right, here we go. All right, how many are here from the Oakland County affiliate? I'll bet there's a lot of them. Oakland County, stand up. All right, what about Macomb County? Who's here from Macomb County? All right, what about, let's see, who am I missing? Oh, Washtenaw, did I say Washtenaw? Washtenaw County. Oh. All right, I know West Michigan has a lot. How many of you are from a West Michigan affiliate? Stand up, let's see you. Yeah, all right, yeah, probably 80%. All right, Wayne County, who's here from Wayne? All right. I don't see Wayne. Or was it Dwayne? Dumb joke, all right. Okay, Jackson Hillsdale, one of our newest. So everybody stand up from Jackson Hillsdale. All right. Southwest Michigan, another new affiliate. All right, yeah, we got a picture of you. And our newest affiliate from the Upper Peninsula, the Straits Party. Or is that a different? Well, there's two more Straits, and then there's. Sorry, I'm so new. And then Northwest Michigan affiliate. Who's there? All right. All right, we have one more region. That's the unaffiliated region. Who's here from the unaffiliated? Yeah. Oh, the really diehard libertarians here so bad. They're the only ones in their whole region. So here, but they're working hard to get affiliated. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody.
I just wanted to piggyback off one thing that Bill said here. As a reminder, to join the Libertarian Party of Michigan, the only requirement is that you sign the pledge. There is no age limit or state residency limit. Yay!
All right, I have results for our second vice chair race. The new vice chair of the Libertarian Party is Andrew Jenner. The full results of the vote were Andrew 88, none of the above 6. And then a vote for David and no vote on these. Neither voice were. All right, the next office is secretary. Do we have any nominations for secretary of the Libertarian Party? But you're not sure. Jamie.
Jamie Middlestein with the Wayne County affiliate, and I'd like to nominate Daniel Ziemba for secretary.
You're a really nice guy. I do. Are there any other nominations? Mary does not. Mary, do you want to say? Are there any other nominations for secretary? All right, seeing no other nominations, is there a motion to close nomination? Motion is moved and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations for LPM secretary, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Daniel, you have 5 minutes to address the convention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody. Hello, thank you for coming. I am, as mentioned, Daniel Ziemba from Wayne County. Little history on myself. I joined the party officially in January 2020, but it's not when I started calling myself a Libertarian. I served rapidly after that as a delegate to both Michigan and both national conventions. Following that, I became secretary of the Wayne County affiliate, which is still an office I hold today. Also, I am currently serving as the District 11 representative on the LEC. I will be vacating that position should I win the office of secretary. That is since last year's July convention. I also served on the convention committee to help organize this wonderful event, though I will not claim anywhere near the amount of effort and input as Andrew. Again, I'd like to give him a huge hand. If we can agree, this event is a huge success. I mean, we never had a convention before. Yes, a little more, I'm a licensed engineer, structural engineer by trade. I've got a lot of attention to detail, experience in taking notes and correspondence. And I am looking forward to working with the other officers and with the LEC if I'm elected to make this vision that has been laid out for you by the other officers a success. To bring forward this party, grow it bigger than it's ever been before, hold more events like this, more roaring successes like this, bring in more of our favorite guests, and take on and strike fear into our political enemies in this state who are enemies of liberty and do not deserve to rule us as they currently do. excited for this vision of the party moving forward. I'm excited to serve on this board of officers for the next 2 years. If you'll have me, I would gladly take the position. Thank you.
All right, would anyone like to speak in favor of the motion? All right, are there any, Scotty?
Here's why I think we should have NODA. Nobody will do you any wrong. Oh, I guess it will. All right, well, nobody will not do you any wrong, and nobody will not take bad notes, and nobody will not let you down. So if you have nobody, then you have what nobody else has.
You're here.
Is there any objection to voting for a secretary by commission of the act? We have an objection. I will proceed to our third ballot. So tellers, get ready to come up here and take the ballot.
Oh, the green is
We can do them.
So you must know, right? Exactly. I can't. Makes too many good points.
You might get an actual race. No treasure.
I know it does.
Just scraps of paper.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
And I got an extra bottle for you guys.
Just have it stand and wave at us. Thank you.
approximately how many? We're gonna, I've got this big half-hour gap right on our meeting business, and we don't have any bylaws on platform, so there'll be plenty of time.
Blanks, yes.
Okay.
Got blanks? Blanks.
Yeah.
Not yet.
My ballot box?
It is. Look at.
The guy was too lazy to go up here. He's not too lazy to go back there.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Daniel. Daniel.
So, it's Davidson.
I got Stempfle. They're changing it up. Oh, your friend brought it up? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, yes, I did my section.
Oh.
I'm still. Hey, Greg. We might have interpretation.
These are her write-in.
That's what I got. I guarantee something.
I just, you know, because it's in Michigan, they don't have I will just read, I'll just say right. What are they?
For someone who like advertise, so read some. There's a couple of slides.
Totals.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Great.
Have fun, sir.
All right, with that, the results of our secretary's race. The new secretary of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, at the close of convention, Mary still has to do this rest of the day, is Dan Ziamba. The 6 votes for the above. All right, 81 votes for Dan, 6 votes for none of the above, and 5 write-in votes, although everyone's done. Congratulations, Dan. Thank you. All right, the write-in votes. I had a feeling someone would ask. It's taking a while to write them all down. Hang on. Thank you. 5 write-in votes as follows. 1 vote for Blood and Soil, 1 vote for Red and Boogie, 1 vote for Fuck Pinko Commies, 1 vote for me, Greg Stempfle, and 1 vote for I'm starting my own party with blackjack and hookers. All right, I will now take nominations for LPM treasurer. Are there any nominations? I nominate Norm Peterson for treasurer. Norm, you accept? Norm accepts. Are there any other nominations for LPM treasurer? Move close nominations. All right, moving close. It's been moved and seconded to close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, Mr. Peterson, would you like to speak to the body?
Two years ago, when I was nominated, I thought, oh, this is good. I've been a treasurer before. The company, I've been a treasurer for a nominating committee and a treasurer for a state candidate committee twice. And so I didn't think there'd be much more to this job. Jason, of course, would smile, just handing me all of the stuff. Said, good luck. I found out that it is a lot different. It's a much more complicated world. Once you throw in, and we have 3 checkbooks, 3 accounts, and lots of campaign finance reporting, especially federal. Whole different world than it used to before. I now know a lot more about the federal campaign finance reporting thanks to my great tutor, Bill Hall. Almost every item I would send in the ledger. And he goes through and he said that all the changes I had to make. And eventually shaped me not having to make quite as many changes and stuff. And I also read the law from front to back. So we'll see how it goes. Now you guys, of course, have buddied it up by having all kinds of fundraisers. We just had dues and a couple donations before. So this time we're going to be interested too. For the most part, I've actually enjoyed it. Jason Vandenberg did leave me with one of the world's most complicated Excel spreadsheets I've ever seen. I'm not an expert on it. And I realized just how much I was not an expert on it. After I messed it up a little bit, I had to go back and fix it. All I did was just insert a couple of lines, look of rows, and that messed up so many things. So I've learned a lot from doing it. And then I went to do it for 2 more years.
anyone would like to speak?
Hello again, everybody. Now, Norm is, has been, and will continue to be an excellent treasurer. But as I said before, we are about to embark on a journey of success, both financial and overall, that we have never seen before. We're going to have so much money, so many donations coming in that we don't need accounting. We will spend all this money wisely. We will play blackjack. We will have hookers, and the rest of it, you can be sure we will waste. Noda for treasurer.
Thank you, man. All right, Jamie, go ahead.
Jamie Lewis, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and vote for treasurer by voice vote.
All right. We have a motion to vote for treasurer by voice vote. It's a moved and seconded. All in favor of Jamie's motion, say aye. Aye. All right, motion passes. We will now do a voice vote for treasurer. All in favor of Norm Peterson for the Libertarian Party of Michigan treasurer, say aye. Aye. In favor of none of the above for the Libertarian Party of Michigan treasurer, say aye. Congratulations, Norm. All right, we got 3 minutes on the schedule. Yeah. Time to August by congressional district. There are 20 minutes for this, so we caucus by district. We'll recess until 3:30. So I have congressional district signs. So I guess it makes sense to do like 1 through 7, 8 through 14, just for ease. I have the signs for each congressional district, except for 4, I had to make my own because I lost. So 1. Hooty hoo! And 2. 2. Come on, distraction. Well, we do this. I'm the best.
Yeah, the 6.
All right.
13. Lucky 13.
14, 12, 3, 4.
You got 7.
7, 7, 7. Just give the 3 to that gentleman. The blue suit. I had to make. I do not force minutes. I think I'm all.
Anybody grab 5 yet? No.
Me and Richard, you. District 12 and 13. District 14, Maine and Oakland County. Before. All the signs have been distributed. The one with the sign, hold it up above your head. I have blank ballots. If somebody wants to vote, use those.
Yeah.
We're done. If any district feels like they need a blank ballot sitting up their elections, I drop some up here with Steve and Jennifer at the.
like
Jumping the gun. Yeah. What if we adjourn before we do it? Oh, sure. I'm going to call each district, and the new person can lay out to the council. Did you? Are you the guy? Would you like to keep the sign as a token of your? Thanks. How you doing, Bill? I'm going to call up each district. So good? Yeah. Who won your district? Oh, would you like to keep it as a souvenir? Well, I guess it is. It's going to change, isn't it? Yeah. So why did you get voted? I was going to mention that. I was going to clarify that you'll serve for 2 years, even if the district's changed. No, I'm going to clarify that this will be a 2-year term. Our bylaws say that, so whether, if they redistrict in the middle of the term, that your position will still be valid for 2 years.
Okay. Now, are we losing a district?
Yes. But we won't get the district lines until late in the year because the census data was delayed.
So if the district gets eliminated, let's say there was 14, now we're down to 13. So if you were number 14, you would be.
No, it would depend on what district you live in. But we won't know, so that won't matter until 2 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, I meant to clarify something. Because these districts are going to change that. But the people that elect today are bylaws saying you serve for 2 years.
So you're good, yeah.
Regardless of the district.
So you might want to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was on my thing. I'm going to call off each district in a minute. All right. One thing I didn't mention before we broke for congressional district offices is these congressional districts. All right, order, please, everyone. Order! These current congressional districts in the system now will be districted by the end of the year. However, my bylaws say that these terms are elected today are served by 2 years. So these, regardless of what the changes to the congressional districts are, these will be a 2-year term that people will elect. All right, I will begin by calling each district in numerical order, and I would like the new district rep to stand up.
Where you at?
I was elected. And introduce yourself. District 1.
Ryan.
Line numbers. Congratulations. District 2. District 2. This, what? Can you just, announce yourself, please? Oh, congratulations. District 3. One more time, come to the speaker.
Jordan Martin.
Jordan Martin, congratulations. District 4.
Rick Taylor.
All right, District 5.
Dave Kay.
Congratulations, Dave. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, this might be okay. Do I be okay? Do I be okay?
Where are we? District, don't worry. District 7.
Brian Ellison.
District 9.
District 9 is Mike Saliba, that's S as in Sam, A-L-I, D as in boy, A.
District 10. Joe Regar. Thank you, Joe. Please get started. 12. 11. District 11. Congratulations, Bruce. No, mine is Mike's.
I know him.
Who's Joseph? Who's brother? All right, you guys have to go. Number 12, District 12.
Daniel Mueller.
Daniel Mueller. Congratulations. Can you spell your last name, please? Yeah, come on. All right, District 13. Congratulations, man. Paul Baker. All right, congratulations to you, Libertarian Second.
Yes, sir.
All right. going to give out another precious moment. Jeff Wood, come up here. Jeff Wood is the longest serving member of the Libertarian Executive Committee. He was the dean of the committee. Jeff is often a thorn in the side of the chairs of the party, but at the same time, Jeff often brings a value perspective and catches my mistakes and lets me know when I'm wrong, when it's appropriate, and even when it's not appropriate. So, Mr. Jeff Wood, there's a slight difference with his though, because Jeffrey is a member of the Libertarian Socialist Party. So his precious metal is from Czechoslovakia. All right, we'll now move on to the election of the judicial committee. There are 3 positions for this. So I will take nominations for judicial committee.
I nominate myself.
Mr. Elvis is the nominee.
I'd like to nominate Jamie Lewis.
Jamie Lewis.
I want to nominate Dr. James Butler.
All right, other nominations? Mr. Stempfle? Yes. Oh. I will decline, thank you.
I'd like to nominate James Lewis.
Everyone.
I'd like to nominate Leonard Schwartz.
Leonard decline. All right, Mr. Cohen.
I move to close nominations.
There's an objection to closing nominations. Object. Go ahead, Leonard.
I just moved to nominate Connor and.
All right, order, please. But Leonard, go ahead with the floor.
I nominate Robert Broadus. Going to serve?
Yes, he does. Okay, we have 6 nominees. Any other nominees? Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Joshua Smith.
Joshua Smith. All right, are there any other nominations for judicial?
I nominate Bill Hall.
Bill Hall does accept. Bill Hall declines the nomination. All right, there are 7 names in the nomination. Is there a movement or a motion to close nominations? All right, all fair close nominations, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Is that your further warning? If there's no objection, we will continue with the business.
They have the torpedoes.
Was it tornado or torpedo? Yeah.
Tornado canoe. Supposed to be the head, yeah.
All right, we have 7 nominations on the bottom. Our rules say 5 minutes per person. I would be open to modifying that to reduce the time. Is there a motion to reconsider the convention rules?
Motion to suspend the rules and allow only 1 minute per nominee.
All right, Jeff, please restate your motion.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow only 1 minute for judicial nominees.
Okay, that's a move and seconded to suspend the rules for each nominee to speak for 1 minute rather than 5. It's a move and seconded. All in favor of reducing the time for speeches to 1 minute, say aye. Aye. All right, the motion passes. I will call up the people in the order that they were nominated. Okay, so I was just, if this tornado warning does become a problem, a watch, there are places that we can hide in the. Yeah, don't forget. All right, John Elvis, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm John Elvis, and I think I'd be a good choice for the judicial committee because I tend to look at as many sides of the issue as I possibly can, and I try to look at things pretty thoroughly, and I think I'd be a good guy, good choice for the job. Thanks.
I'm Jamie Lewis. I'm from West Michigan. For the next few minutes, I'm the political director of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I joined the party in 2000. I've been serving on the board the last 4 years. I'm with Robert's rules and would like to continue serving the party in a more limited fashion, which this one would actually work for my time commitment. So I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Mr. Hubler.
Okay, I was on the judicial committee before. I was last. You already heard what I had to say, so I can provide some institutional memory because I go back to the pretty much the beginning of anyone. Well, our Dennis is here. Last.
All right, thank you, Jim. Mr. Lucas.
Fuck the police.
It's Connor de Palmusino. I have the utmost respect for the bylaws and the rules, and all of them as impartially as possible when the judicial committee is called.
I'm Bob Ross. I've been a Libertarian since 1973. I first ran for the LP for 14th District Congressional Representative in 1980. I've been a lawyer since 1980. I think we need a scholarly but digestible analysis of how the courts use the Great Depression as an excuse to completely eliminate contract and property rights. The COVID emergencies were all upheld because you had no right to conduct a business because laissez-faire caused the Great Depression. I study that stuff for fun, and I think I can produce some materials that would pass out to the entire party and would go to the public so they can understand what a ridiculous position this is. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the other Josh Smith. Not to be confused with the Josh Smith you all know. I am brand new to the party, but I am a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. I've lived here my whole life. And I love what you guys all stand for, and I love liberty. And also, weirdly, in this group, I love rules, and I hope that I could, in this position, help us all follow the appropriate rules and do what we need to do. But I also hate laws, and I also agree, fuck the police. piece. So I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
All right, we will distribute the ballot. We will distribute the ballots. I'm going to go over that just in a moment. So you can vote for up to 3 candidates. 2 caveats: if you vote for none of the above, you cannot vote for another candidate. And if you vote for the same candidate, or if you vote for them 3 times, you'll also still vote. All right. Tellers, please come and take your ballots.
Point of information.
Yes.
I used the 5 out of the 7 candidates. Start with J as in judicial. The other 2 candidates should just move them down.
This could take a couple rounds. One more set of ballots.
What's the threshold?
Majority. So it can drop.
Drop each
Oh, I guess I would. It would just be a balance because it's based on the number of votes. There are people distributing them. Or the girl, the lady in the blue shirt should have.
Oh, no, he's looking where to put his, yes, a filled out ballot goes here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so it'll just be 50% of ballots cast, not 50% of delegates.
Okay, that was the question.
That'll work.
Yeah, that comes up.
Right?
Yes. Up to judicial committee.
Not 5. No bonus.
Did you spoil your ballot?
Judicial.
Wait, who did you? Okay, have him stand up and wave it.
Okay.
All right.
Hoping I was correct in interpreting that it's only a tornado watch. I'm hoping I'm correctly interpreting that. It'll come through that wall if it's not a watch.
Is it plurality voting or?
I love plurality voting.
I'm gonna turn around and go the other way just to screw everyone up. We used to hand out condoms that said that.
I heard that.
Hey, Greg, do you have any extra pens?
Yep.
I have a feeling you're gonna have to, write this stuff down.
Yep.
And have spontaneous order. What's going on in life, right, Greg? Amazing. So.
Okay, you're the estimator.
Okay, you're so fast.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
You guys stand up.
After this, we'll go back.
I mean, I like them both.
Blank balance. Thank you.
Good job, Bill.
You know it.
When would be a good time, a break or something, when I can just put all those swag bags I'm selling for the Michigan?
Okay, so we have plenty of time coming up. So while we're voting, well, okay, so I was gonna do another acknowledgement while these are voting.
Okay.
After that, we're kind of into open floor, so I can, I will recognize you after I get the spiel.
Okay, so like a few minutes from now?
Yeah, like 10 minutes from now.
Cool.
Okay,
Perfect.
yep. All right, while the ballots are being tallied, I wanted to recognize one last Libertarian. All right, Mr. James Hudler. Mr. James Hudler, please come up to the. I don't think he has a PhD. James Hudler, please come up here. All right, this is the 50th anniversary of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. The very first meeting of this organization was in 1971 at someone's house in Taylor. And one of the people present at that meeting in 1971 was Mr. James Hudler. So to be a founding member of the party and a former chair for your 50 years of service, Mr. Hudler, you are the most precious of libertarians. One of our first chairs, our future chair, our current chair, I want to recognize all of the former chairs of this party.
Dennis Starr. Yes, for Dennis Starr.
What they did and for the institution you helped maintain. Mr. Bill Hall was my predecessor. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Bill Hall. He is here, but he's not in the room. That's the guy who's also a former chair.
That's his.
You guys made it? All right, I do not see other former chairs here, so.
Well, Dennis Starner's here someplace. Yeah.
Dennis Starner?
He lives right around here.
Well, thank you to the current and future. But despite you mentioned that you should thank yourself, so thank me for being the current chair, thank Tim for being the future chair, and thank all the past chairs for maintaining this organization.
Hey folks, how are you doing? So, who was at the lunch? Oh wow. Okay, you already know the spiel. Let me redo that. Who here was not at the lunch? Oh wow. Okay, all right. So basically, I'm just redoing my spiel from earlier. If you just pretend you're surprised when you're listening to this. So first of all, congratulations. This is a very pre-convention. Looks like you guys are getting a lot of work done. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. And with the excitement, I'm here at this convention. We're getting stuff done. We're getting internal officers elected. That's not why I'm here. No, I'm here because I'm here for three things. Bylaws. Bylaws. Yeah, that's coming. We'll be able to help you in a second, sir. I'm here for three reasons. I want to help my local affiliate, my state affiliate. I want to bring some sweet ass libertarian merchandise home to my bewildered family.
And I want to beat every other state affiliate in this country, but there's no way I can do all three of those things at once. And certainly not for the low price of $20. Well, folks, I have some fantastic news for you. You can do both of those things. And yes, indeed, for the low price of only 20 US Federal Reserve notes, which I will remind you, are steadily losing value even as I speak right now. And yet I will still honor that price of $20. Yeah, it should be like $22.07 by the time I'm finished talking, but I'm gonna honor the $20 because that's the kind of guy I am. So here's how we're gonna accomplish all three of those things. I am selling these Spike Tillman swag bags, and all of the proceeds are gonna go to the Libertarian Party in Michigan as a thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. This includes, should have taken these out first. This includes a few things. Number one, it includes a brand new Spike Cohen You Are the Power bracelet made of the finest silicone in whatever country I bought these from. It also includes a Spike Cohen You Are the Power button, because libertarians love buttons, like buttons love libertarians. It also comes with, I made this, so I don't know why I'm concerned by this, but if you want to become a member of the second largest caucus in the party, the Libertarian Party Waffle House Caucus, you can do so by getting one of these buttons. This started as a joke. We're now the fastest growing caucus in the party. Get out. No. Liberty, it's a liberty or death button. We'll be giving those away as well. Shout out to the Pink Liberty. And then for normal people, we have, if you want to have something you can show family members who won't then think less of you, you can have one of these signed portraits. I'll personalize it with your name on it. Again, low price of $20. Now keep in mind, again, your Federal Reserve notes are losing value. While this has doubled in value in just the time that I have spoken. This is a ground floor investment opportunity, and it also helps you help the affiliate. Now you're saying, Spike, that's two of those three things. It's that merchandise that I've always wanted. I am also helping my affiliate, but how do I beat the other states? What does that have to do with anything? Well, every state that I'm going to, I'm selling these swag bags, and I'm keeping well, they want to keep it friendly. I'm trying to make it an unfriendly competition, but so far everyone's being just too friendly. But the competition is this, to see which state buys the most swag bags. Right now, North Carolina has the record with 65. They sold 65 swag bags, raising well over $1,000 for their state affiliate. Now, you so far are not yet at 65. You have bought so far, I believe, 7. So you are only 59 swag bags away from beating North Carolina's records. Now, folks, the next state I'm going to be in after this is North Carolina. I'm flying back through North Carolina. I don't want to touch down in Charlotte Airport and have to tell those people, I'm from South Carolina, I have to deal with their nonsense already. I say, folks, I was just in Michigan speaking with well over 100 proud Michiganders and Michiganders. Michiganders?
Yeah.
People from Michigan. And I told them that you had the record, and they looked at me and said, we're going to let North Carolina keep the record. I don't want to have to tell them that. So folks, 59 away from it. I'm going to stay on my mistake. So if you want to help Michigan beat North Carolina and then run up the scorecard even higher, because eventually I'm getting to Texas. You know how they are about everything. Then come on over and I will be happy to personalize one of these for you. Low price of $20. You can pay me in cash, or you can show me that you've made a donation of at least $20 to the Libertarian Party in Michigan, and I'll be happy to give you one. Again, thank you so much for the hard work that you're doing here in your convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Spike. So while we are counting ballots, the let's look at the agenda. We are done with item 14. Michelle, I'm back on the bylaws. So I would like to, a little bit early, open up the floor for any resolutions. If there are any resolutions, I would like them. Does anyone have any resolutions they want to bring before the convention body today? All right.
I already emailed.
Okay, let's give her a moment to get it displayed on the screen. Do you have, can I transfer it by a thumbstick? Jim, would a thumbstick be easier than logging the Wi-Fi?
No, because my company laptop.
Yes. All right, well, while we do that, we will for sure get to that. Is there anyone that would like to take advantage of open floor time? I promised. Scotty, did you have? No, were you raising a point of order?
I want to open floor.
Okay, for open floor, I will recognize Scotty first, and I will recognize Joe McHugh, but Jim, we're actually waiting for Mary to get the resolution, so. Scotty, you have the floor, then Mr. McHugh. Just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a few short things I'm going to try to pack together into a very short time. And at the moment, I'm still a newsletter editor, and so again, anyone welcome to participate. We can have people contribute articles, and I definitely am open to more contributions in that respect. And by articles, I actually mean something that's more than like one paragraph, like a few of them at least. Sometimes people send me like one little comment, go, can you publish that? It doesn't look right. But articles, and also if you could even help with some of the editing or posting work, it would be terrific. Second of all, I'm working still with the historical committee. I'm granted they've been a little slow on updating that website. We have a lot more content than you'll find at old.michiganlp.org. That's just the regular web address with old in front of it. And I think it's HTTP instead of HTTPS if you got finicky browsers. So anyway, yeah, so that's all there. And the institutional memory of the party is being expanded daily at that level. And by the way, I just also want to credit on the national level, we have a person who's pushed for the historical and institutional memory being well published as well. Ms. Harlow's in the back here. So thank you for doing that for us in the national level. And we in Michigan are also working hard to keep the institutional memory of the party alive. Finally, a little more self-serving remark. I'm running for Board of Police Commissioners in the city of Detroit. It's a nonpartisan office. Thank you. I'm already elected to the Community Advisory Council, so I already have this under my belt. This is why I believe I can win. I got 20,357, yeah, like 357 Magnum, votes. 20,000 is the name bar in front there, for this office, which is more than the incumbent got when he ran against me in 2017, plus the city councilman combined, and even the mayor in our district combined. So I got a huge number of votes back there in 2020. And it's the same district, same voting base. Now, you may go, well, but I don't live in the 4th district of Detroit. Well, actually, I don't know anyone here right now who does, other than Gregory Creswell does, but he's not here right now. So what I will say is that you can still donate money. And if you live nearby, you can also volunteer to help me get these cards out. For one thing, at primary day, as people are leaving and they're done throwing away all the literature they're handing on the way into vote, when they come out empty-handed with I voted sticker, these are going in their hands because there's only 2 of us running, so we're not in the primary, we're in the general election. So scottybowman.org, easy to remember if you forget, so you didn't get one of these cards from me. And also, if you can't remember that, the other URL that's the same website really is DetroitLivesMatter.org. So please back me up. And hey, all because these other groups are supporting me doesn't mean I change my stripes. There's overlap between the Libertarian Party, Libertarian ideals, laissez-faire ideals, in other words, and some progressive Democrat ideals. Some places they actually overlap, which may be amazing. But then again, hey, you know, Republicans say they want lower taxes too. So we overlap other groups now. Okay, so thank you very much. And I will turn the mic back. Sorry for overstaying my time.
We have the text of the resolution ready. All right, Mr. Fuller, please speak to your resolution.
So actually, I intended to submit this as a platform proposal, but I was actually in the ladies' room during the time we had. The men's room was being cleaned. I pretended I identified as a woman like that. Okay. That's actually your friend. All right. So, be it resolved, the Libertarian Party of Michigan states the phrase intellectual property is a misnomer. While the state calls intellectual property is more accurately referred to as intellectual monopoly, as the state grants a monopoly on the use of ideas or goods and services derived from an idea to a certain limited group, we call for the elimination of the protection of such monopoly, thereby freeing the market, encouraging content providers and product developers to improve on existing products, thereby bringing more and better choices to the market. In particular, we call for the end of the prohibition of online file sharing, just as we oppose all victimless crimes. When content is shared, it is not stolen, as no one loses any property, only a potential loss of some future revenue, which is natural in any open market.
All right, the motion has been moved and seconded. Is there anyone, any discussion, anyone want to speak against the motion? No discussion. Mike is coming. Mike, go ahead.
I would speak against says that if we are to keep the fruits of our labor, sometimes the fruit of that labor comes from our intellectual work, and there does need to be some protection of intellectual property because all rights are property rights.
Well, I'm speaking for against the proposal.
Because trying to read this.
Well, you didn't, so you'll have to make do with it.
I would like to speak against this one because it's too wordy. It doesn't. I resolved not to have any resolutions last year, so I'm against it. Thanks.
Mr. McHugh.
I'd like to speak against this. We have a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in our personal property and communications.
Mr. Board.
I'd like to speak in favor. Being a victim of intellectual property rights myself, I've written over several hours of original music, and it was actually intellectual property laws that prohibited me and helped that person steal my music. So I would like to abolish these, and I think we should be in support of this.
I'm softly against this. And when I say that, I'm going to say why briefly. I'm not going to go as far as trying to start to amend this and all of that, which I mean, I would have written it differently if I did it from the beginning. I'm definitely supporting and criminalizing so-called copyright infringement and so forth and treating it as theft. You know, I don't think it's really theft. However, I do believe that there is a civil obligation that people using work that is a result of somebody else's efforts and investment that a person using that, if they're gonna profit from it, then they owe the people whose efforts and work they are using some share of that wealth. And so on one level, I agree with this because I think it's terrible that people get criminalized for simply sharing an idea, speaking an idea. But just as when you speak something that would be libelous, that can cause damages, and it may be fair to ask some civil compensation if it indeed reaches a certain level or form. I'd say likewise, thank you, that I would also apply that principle to when people have put money and effort into something and someone else profits from it.
Thank you, Scotty. Mr. Wood.
I think that it's ridiculous that the Libertarian Party would have any objection to opposing government-granted monopolies over ideas. I think this is a slam dunk common sense that we should pass this. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you would speak to this motion.
I did.
Okay. So you can't speak again. Sorry. All right. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak against
Will you
this.
state your name?
My name is Angela Thornton. I'm 55. You cannot, ideas are not protected by intellectual property laws. It's the product of those ideas that gets the protection. If I write a story and Universal Studios decides they want to make a movie out of it, I'd like my right to get some income from that movie to be protected. And that is why I think that libertarians should indeed protect intellectual property law. Thank you.
All right. Lisa, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Unless there's an IP attorney here, I'm probably one of the people who knows most about this. Seems like we're talking a lot about copyrights here, and intellectual property is not just copyrights, it's patents, trademarks, utility models, and all sorts of different things. So I can see where if you wanted to switch this to copyrights, it might be a good thing, although it's debatable. But there are a lot of companies that put a lot of money into this, and essentially it's an investment in the future. And if you get rid of that, then you're disincentivizing any types of research and development. And I would be out of it tomorrow. And then I'd have to go look for a husband.
All right. Thank you to everyone who spoke or against. Does anyone want to call the question? Motion has been called and seconded. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay, we'll move to the main motion, which requires 2/3 to pass. All in favor of the above resolution, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, do we have any other resolutions on this? All right. Voting's still going. Do we have one ready or should we go? All right, we do have another resolution. Is this Mike? Okay, Mike, please read and speak to your motion.
Yeah, my name sometimes look like those, but it's lowercase a.
All right, so order, Mike, you have the floor.
Be it resolved, the Michigan Libertarian Party declares the government is a greedy piglet that suckles on the taxpayers' teat until they have sore, chapped nibbles. This is actually just a quote from Ron Swanson from the show Parks and Recreation, but it's hilarious, and he's an extremely popular fictional character. That is the way most people know libertarianism. He's a beloved character, and we should take advantage of that. Will come up in search engines, whatever, I don't care. Ron Swanson rules.
Question has been called and seconded. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Would be violating intellectual property rights.
We have. So, calling the question, I will let pass. Is that, was that not? Does that feel like it wrong button? Okay. What did we? All right, let's.
Point of order.
Yes.
Would it be out of order to point out a grammatical error? Okay, teeth is singular, and until they have sword chopped nipples, plural, unless the teeth has more than one nipple on it. Thank you. It's tits in that case, T-I-T.
All right, let's go back. Now, stay as a friendly. All right, let's take a step back because
chopped.
Hang on. Let's take a step back because I didn't do something properly. Let's go back to whether or not we want to vote or close the video. Following the question. My God, I'm getting worse as the video. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Question is called. We'll now vote on the main motion.
I just had a really quick point of information in response to the other point of information. The P in piglet is not capitalized, so we're not stealing any intellectual property. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I get it now. All right, we are now voting on the main motion, which is right there. This requires 2/3 to pass. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. We'll do a show of hands. We'll do a standing vote. We'll do this again, but this time please stand. All in favor of the resolution, please stand. All right, please sit down. All opposed, please stand. I don't believe that was 2/3. It was a majority, but it wasn't 2/3. All right. We have another resolution. All right, it's 4:20 p.m. We are actually, this resolution should start right now, so we're actually still ahead. So we had two resolutions. We had the third one correct from Daniel. All right, Mr. Ziamba, please read your thing you have.
Resolution against vaccine passports. Whereas bodily integrity ranks among the most essential human rights, and whereas security and privacy in one's personal information is likewise an essential human right. And whereas coerced implementation of a system of vaccine passports, whether by direct state action or the action of large corporations which benefit from the state's regulations, is anathema to human liberty and befitting a totalitarian regime. Be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Michigan condemns any attempt to implement a system of vaccine passports or mandated vaccination against disease, and supports the abolition of any such measures currently enforced by the state or its corporate beneficiaries.
Call the question. First. Motion has been called. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. We are voting on the main resolution now. Again, this requires 2/3. All in favor of the above resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. Are there any more resolutions at this time? All right, hearing none, we'll move to open the floor. Oh, yes, go ahead, James. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Be it resolved. We have to accurately reflect the events of the day. The motion has been called and seconded. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. On to the main motion, this requires 2/3. All in favor of the motion, be it resolved, Buck with the lease, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion does not pass. We intend for division. That's 10. That's 10. All right, everyone sit down. All in favor, please stand up. And we will do a count off like we did before. So starting with one, One. All right, order, please. Everyone be quiet. Let's just get this quickly. One. 4. Aaron. 8. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 18. 19. 20. 22. 25. 26. 28. 29. 30. 32. 33. 34. 35. Come on, Greg, 37. Scotty, do you also want to say fuck the police commissioners if you run for that? All right, all against the proposal. All against the proposal, please. All right, order, please. We'll do another roll call. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. We're at 14 over here with Jason. Order, please. Yeah, I can't hear you back there, so you're gonna have to. 27, 28, 29, 31, 33, 34, 35, 39, 40, 41, 42. Motion by a vote of 36 to 42, motion passes. We'll do this every year. Yeah. All right. Are there any more resolutions at this time? All right. I don't know if we do that, but sure. Well, resolutions have been closed off. I'm closing resolutions. All right. No more resolutions with 30. Oh, hang on. The result. Wow. Thank you. All right. I have results in the judicial race. And the good news is we do not have to have a second number. All right, in order of most votes received, the new judicial committee will be Connor, Nico Lucino at 57 votes. Robert James, second place with 54 votes. Josh Smith with 50 votes. Yes. 49 is majority. 98 vote ballots cast, 49 is 50%. All right, the next places at 31 votes was Jamie Lewis, John Elvis, 30 votes, James Hudler at 23, and James Weeks at 19. 3 votes for none of the above and 1 vote for Eric Morse. So congratulations to the new judicial committee, Connor, Josh, and Robert. We'll move to the floor now. Just before you, I want to say that the 5 officers that are elected statewide positions have my full confidence, support, and sympathy for the duly elected executive committee of the Libertarian Party. I would like to recognize Joey Q. 5 minutes to address
the Libertarian Party Initiative. How's everybody doing? Let me hear we're going to address the caucuses here. Let me hear the fight the police caucus. The caucus. How about the Liberty and Justice for All caucus? Okay, you know what? We all should be cheering for that. Because that's what the Constitution is. Liberty and Justice for All.
All right, order, please. Mr. McHugh has the floor.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Okay.
Now,
All right, take a little more.
Because we're having a great time here, right? We're having a lot of fun. And we're passing resolutions and we're talking about how the government is whatever the hell was. But I can tell you something that I know from personal experience. The people that have hijacked America, the unaccountable intelligence agencies, the Federal Reserve Bank, the Fed-controlled corporations, they're not fucking around. They're not joking around at all. So we can sit here and joke, or we can get serious about winning back our liberty. When I came here earlier today, I was chatting with each of you. I asked you a question. What is liberty? What does liberty mean to you? I got a lot of good answers. And actually, most of it was, I want the government just to leave me the hell alone. Right? And actually, that's a paraphrase of what Thomas Jefferson had to say. Thomas Jefferson described liberty this way. Liberty is unobstructed action according to our own will, within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. Now he continued, he said, they do not act within limits of the law, because law is often a tyrant's will, and always so, when it violates the rights of the individual. Now today, these same people that have hijacked our country, people that I wrote this book about, they passed the Patriot Act. Patriot Act includes obstruct and interfere in the title. It's an acronym. Unobstructed actions to Thomas Jefferson. Patriot Act passed by our president, first proposed by President Biden, and passed by new conservative President Bush. They're taking over. Right? So listen, we can joke or we can get real. Now, liberty and justice for all is a serious business. And the good news is that when I campaigned last year for President of the United States, I went all over the country. I ran as an independent. And I explained it, and I asked the people, what does liberty mean to you? What's important to you? And whether you were black or white, rich or poor, Republican or Democrat, gay or straight, immigrant or American. Everybody wanted the same thing. We want our liberty. We want our justice. So, listen, it's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to actually have an actual plan to do it. So let me just give you a real quick thing, because I know my time's running out. Here's a three-part plan to restore liberty in America. Actually, 4 parts. Start with 3, but force 4. Step 1, we need to get serious about liberty and justice for all. With Party of Liberty, but you know what? Justice is the second component of our Constitution. In order to form a more perfect union and establish justice. And there's a lot of people on the left side of the aisle that want their freaking justice. And I'm one of them, actually. Because I wrote this book. Because the government thought that I had information for you that I wasn't getting an inside job after my time on the report. I never stole any information. But they came after me because they thought that I had the ability to explain exactly how we've been hijacked. That the Federal Reserve Bank manipulates our money. They print all the money they want in order to buy shares in our corporations, in order to dictate policy, so that everybody can walk around wearing masks. Does that sound like fun to you? Because it doesn't sound like fun to me. So here's a 3-step plan. Step number 1, end the Federal Reserve Bank. End the Fed and go green and step. When we end the Fed and go green and step, we will replace the Federal Reserve Bank with the credit union. The credit union will be clean, green, citizen-owned, and fully transparent. So that we can get off of oil, with my veterans in the room, out of the oil wars. We can invest in renewables, in organics, and we can split the profits with the people instead of with the bankers. And you want to know what happens when we do that? Every American becomes a millionaire by the age of 65 with the citizen dividend paid out every year from the profits. That's the problem, all right? So the other 2. According to bank spending, all laws and clear objective needs to be understood and take out the security state by legalizing drugs and eliminating all of those crimes. And that's how you restore liberty in America. Thank you for your time.
All right, we need another open floor.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. One moment, Mr. Yao. Yes. Would you like to make an announcement about post-convention LEC meeting for everyone?
I'm hearing that, okay, for all of you that are on the new board, I'm hearing that there's a room we might be able to use upstairs where we don't have to try to work around a whole lot of stuff in these rooms. So I'm going to check into that, but we're going as soon as we're done here.
You want all board there?
I'm sorry about that.
People who are leaving, not going?
Don't need the old board.
Yeah, that's the purpose of it.
Oh, okay.
It's a turnover meeting.
Gotcha. Okay, then yes.
All right. We have a motion to adjourn.
I got another motion.
It's been seconded. Yeah, you can go now, yes, you can, but it won't be official. It'll be unofficial. All right, there is a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is 4:35. We are 25 minutes ahead of our time. All right, all in favor of adjourning the 2021 Libertarian Party of Michigan State Convention, say aye. Aye. Those say nay. We're adjourned, but Jeff Patel has something that we need to do all day, and it's promising time.
Yeah, so I take a few minutes, and what I want to do is distribute lifetime membership cards to lifetime members that are present. So go to the podium,
and we'll help distribute.
Why do that?
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I will yield the floor to Mr. Patel.
Okay.
Mike's got a lot of these left. Well, not a lot, because I just bought it. We can't make us look bad. We gotta get this bunch of these, go right to the market. Right there. The other thing I wanted, we got this ticket dinner tonight, goes free. Orange, as a new member today, you can stay your action. See you next.
All right. Okay, read them out.
Jerry Blue, please come up. Howard Rhoda. David Cannon. Andrew Chatterton. Brian Ellison. Mr. Jim Fuller. Mr. J. Gillette. Mr. Andrew Hall. Mr. William Hall. James Harris. Mr. Bruce J. Wades. Mr. John Diasco. Mr. Lawrence Johnson. He's outside.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Eric Larson. Mr. Aaron Baroff. Mr. Connor Pomsino. Mr. Josh Smith. Ms. Angelique Thomas. Ms. Angela Thornton. Mr. James Waits. Mr. Jeff Wood. Mr. Tim Yao and Mr. Daniel Ziamba. Thank you very much for your attendance.
I didn't hear that.
So the reception is at 6 o'clock and the banquet will start at 7. Just next week. We don't know yet. Yes. We could stay in here. I just had a feeling that a lot of people are going to. So I was going to look to see if this spare room that they had provided for us upstairs might be a good option, but I've got to check that out. Okay.
Could everybody turn in your badge holders, little plastic sleeves that hold your badge?
Maybe different group.
Yeah, I don't think I'll need any of that for more reasons.
It's 9:30.
Tomorrow's breakfast is 8 to 9:30.
Roberts.
Yes.
Yep, bylaws. The breakfast is in the room that we had lunch in earlier today.
Because they're sharing, you have a different reflection. Right.
There is no sex in the champagne room.
Breakfast is 8 to 9:30, lunch is 12 to 2 tomorrow.
Appreciate all your work. Yeah. You gotta go and.
You said turn in
Probably
the
be a
badge
slave for a
holder?
couple of weeks. My brother and dad.
Take them out there.
I think this turned out.
Would you be able to take mine for me?
Sure, I appreciate it. Of course, man.
I gotta figure out
You're
where
the
I'm
new
at.
president, I got
I
you.
gotta figure out where.
Thank
you.
What meeting you mean?
That they always see the new board has to do it. Who gave me the gavel? Who gave me the gavel?
What time did you?
Mike Saliba gave me the gavel.
Section 6, minute 7. Okay. We got some time.
I'm going to figure that out right now.
It should stay logged in. If it doesn't, Greg or anyone else will have it. Or you can text me. You got my battery thing. Right? Okay. I've got all my other things. I gotta go back up to the room and pack all my shit. No, I'm gonna stay for it.
Tim was trying to figure out where we're going.
We have a room
we didn't
upstairs.
identify the room yet. It's a Moose Creek.
I believe it's upstairs though. I would say if we can all gather together and search together, I feel like it'd probably be
So I
good.
just figured just kind of come up here and congregate. We'll move as a line.
Question for you guys. So it was planned to appoint Thomas to the legislative committee, but he does not want to do that anymore. So Joe was offering, but I'd like to table it from this meeting and try to consider that in our next meeting for the appointment to the legislative committee. And basically, I don't think we'll hopefully, as long as Tim's on board with that, we'll wait until next. I don't know of any other business that we have to do.
I feel like today's probably not the best day to like have a serious.
Yeah. So Thomas was all set to be in Lansing and all that. I'm kind of bummed they didn't want to do it. Hoping maybe we can talk him into it for the next meeting.
Sure.
But right now he was concerned about his availability and his ability to put in the time needed for it. So hoping he might be able to change his mind if nothing else.
Got a bunch of like 5-hour energy from the left in the damn hotel. I know I was gonna need a couple of them today. Just stay up too late drinking.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
You got it yesterday then?
Yeah.
I just drove it for the day.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, I just take there's a background that I take here.
For sure.
My sister went to Central Michigan, so
Oh, yeah.
I'm well aware of the best way to get here.
Right. I might, but not just this one. Don't take something up to my room. Definitely. So I'm actually, I might just do that right now. Just get it away. I'll meet these. We're talking out loud. So these are the lifetime membership things. I'll meet those. This is all stuff I know that I'm doing because I'm not sharing anything. So I can go to my room. This is Mike's. This is my phone. Yes. I need my cable.
like Tim's congregating us.
Everybody who is an old board member or a new board member, we're gonna meet over here, right where Jeff Wood is sitting, and Jay and those guys, Paul. We're gonna meet in that area right there.
I gave Chatterton umbrella. I think it was his. I hope it wasn't yours. Black, blue. There was his from a day or two ago. From yesterday, actually, broke it. It was over there dry. I brought it over here and I set it over here. Oh, did you have it set over there?
I don't remember where I put it. I found my way up.
That's possible. I gave it to him.
I never used the thing. I just.
I'm glad I came back in though today.
Okay, help me out. Everybody that's on the new board, raise your hand. You see how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we are missing a few. And I know Josh is, no, not Josh, but Ben will be joining us shortly. He's just told me that, so that's 14. Yeah, we got a quorum. All right. Now, I was a little confused about how this meeting is going to go. I promised all my other meetings are going to go much smoother than this one is. I apologize in advance for the shit show this one's about to become. All right, so I know that part of what we need to have happen is approval of the previous minutes, which which obviously a lot of the board members that are now serving were not part of that process. So they're going to trust the old members who are looking at those minutes over to see if it's in line with what actually happened. She does. All right. I'm gonna.
All right, I had two changes. I should have said state senate, 8th district, state senate, 28th district, state representative. So change representative, so I'm gonna change representative to senate, and other than that, the minutes are just fine.
All right, and now I'm going to recognize the former chair, Greg Stempfle. All right, we had 2 meeting minutes that were not approved in the previous time, although they were sent to the entire committee for review. We have a May 16th minutes, just gave an amendment to that. And then we have a June 13th special meeting that David was handling. So I would like to ask the new LEC to approve these minutes as amended. So, do we have a second? All right, and now there's a few of us that are actually old and new. So, for the new, sorry, so for those that are on the new board, is there anybody that objects to the minutes as presented? I know you're taking the word of the old word on it, but we will do that today. All right, so do we have a motion to accept the minutes? All right. Oh, yes, he did that already. My apologies. And those in favor of accepting these minutes, say yay. Those opposed? Okay, it passed. All right, and then what else do we have to do as far as the old board? Okay, so it's just scheduling at this point. Okay, for those of you that are on the new board, let's talk about what time would be good for meetings. We currently do Sundays once a month, Sundays at, 12 noon? Do we want to continue that time, or would somebody like to propose a new time for our monthly meetings? 1 p.m. Okay. So we've got a motion to make it Sundays at 1 o'clock. Do I hear? Do we want to discuss this, or can we go ahead and go to the vote? Yes. Okay, that is another subject we want to touch on, but at this time they're online. I hope that we can, we can talk about, probably in a future meeting, talk about the possibility of an occasional in-person meeting instead of trying to do them all online. It's great to come together, and so, but we'll discuss that at a later meeting. I don't want to get into that today. So, is everybody in favor? Okay. Just schedule the first meeting? Okay. Yeah, we can always just do that. We can just schedule our first meeting, and then we can work on coming up with a normal meeting time. So let me look at the calendar. Today is the 26th. Let's talk about meeting on I'd like to do it earlier as opposed to waiting a month from now. So let's go ahead and, would anybody be opposed to the meeting on the 11th, July 11th, Sunday at 1 o'clock?
mean, obviously, everything. But, like Dave, like 9 or 10 a.m. would be preferable to me, that way I can make every meeting, but I mean.
Would anybody be willing to, would there be any opposition to going with Sunday, July 11th at 10 a.m.? I'm fixing it. I'm sensing some opposition. Would we be open, how about, how would we do Saturday? Is there anybody that just absolutely can't do Saturdays at around that same time? You know, noonish, 1ish? You can't on Saturday? Okay. So. You have Sundays off. What about a Saturday evening? Early evening, so it's not running your night out? Nobody's objecting to a Sunday or Saturday. Okay, that being the case, then let's go with, unless there's other objections, let's go with Sunday, the 11th at, what did you say, 1 o'clock. Okay, Sunday 11, 1 o'clock, and at that time we can discuss optimal times that we might be able to meet. Everybody good with that? Sunday? Yes. I will post it publicly. I'll have to make sure. I'm not exactly sure where that's posted, but you'll help me with that part. So, okay, beautiful. You're exactly. Okay. That's going to be a problem because I'm not able to be. The 14 days advance notice did not pass. Okay, so I don't have to announce it tomorrow. That would be great because I'm going to be here. So Sunday, July 11th at 1 o'clock. And I think that's really everything. I'm not going to worry about the agenda that I thought I was going to work on because obviously we've got other things going on today. So if everybody's in favor, say the same. Oh, yes. Okay, so one thing I did not mention, pictures. If you don't send me or James Weeks professional pictures, he will pick something off your Facebook. So send me the most professional picture you can send me, and I will get it to James, or if you happen to have James' information, no, it's not. No, professional pictures are not required, but I would encourage you to get something that's not completely unprofessional. You know, what you got to have in the background, it's just not really conducive for our page. So anything you can do to make it as professional as possible, that's the requirement. West Michigan. Okay. And okay. Okay, yeah, and then we may just have to grab pictures off of Facebook in the meantime, if nobody has any professional shots. I know. I've got to switch my picture too. So, okay, and also, I'm assuming that people, this piece of paper that's going around might be for us to give our preferred email address that, okay, now let me explain to you. You're going to have a new email address. If you're a district rep, it's DIST 1411, whatever the case may be, rep@michiganlp.org. The others, we'll talk about that later. But you're going to receive an email address, but we're going to make sure that everything that gets sent to that email address gets forwarded to your preferred email address. So I need your preferred email address so that James can get that changed in the system. And the old board will not be getting our email, the emails that should be coming to us. You have something? What's your question? And I'll probably put an email together, giving everybody instructions, because I think it would be really professional if I walked you through how to select to have multiple signatures on your email address. So, and you can do like a reply from the actual MichiganLP.org address and use a signature that goes well with that address, so that you can actually select a signature for that, and you can have your own signature, your own personal email, and I can walk you through that, how that works with most email interfaces. All right. And I believe that should sum it up. Motion to adjourn. I heard a second. Anybody opposed to adjourning? We are adjourned. Thank you, guys. I also want to say, looking forward to working with all of you that are on the new board. It's going to be awesome.